Saw her on earlier.
Okay, Mayor, we're ready to go.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. We'll call this meeting to order. The July 21st first call meeting. Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. We'll request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of real estate, litigation, and personnel.
So moved.
Second.
Mr.
Got a
Sias.
motion and a second.
Okay, I didn't get the second. Mr. Sias,
And Garrett from the 8th
Okay.
on the second.
thank you. Mr. Clark,
Here.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy. Out. Mr. Franum,
Present.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis and Mr. Fenoy. Mr. Fenoy, you gonna vote to go in legal? He's on mute, sir, but
Yeah, he's,
Can you hear me now?
yes.
Yes.
that motion
you.
carries with Ms. Davis out.
Okay. All right, we'll pause for a moment and then we'll go behind closed session.
Yes, ma'am. No, I did. I saw him come back. I was just wondering where he was. Uh, Okay, thank you. Bye.
Ms. Bond, I didn't disappear on you. I went back to the main room and I was trying to figure out where everybody else was at.
I think everybody misunderstood you, Mr. Mayor. I thought you were gonna come back in and then vote and then go to break.
No. We can't vote until we come back here on the floor.
And then vote and then go to 10-minute break.
Yes,
Yeah. I'm talking
you're
about.
on the floor now though. I've been here.
Yeah.
All right. Where's everybody else at?
I told you they got
They
it.
all, they all think they're coming back at 2:30.
Oh, no. We were in the breakout room. We gotta leave the breakout
I
room.
not
and come
meant to
back
say that, but that's what you said. You might didn't mean it, but that's what you said.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna take our 10-minute break now then?
That's what they working on.
Oh, okay, well, let's just take a 10-minute break now then.
Guys, has anybody heard an update on Tom Weedmeyer?
Commissioner Davis, they said they were going to be back around 2:30.
Okay, but has anybody heard any update on Tom?
Are we in a breakout room or is this, I think people were able to see us, Mary.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
this is public.
Thank you.
Jeff? Jeff,
Yes, sir.
can you take us back to the breakout room?
Yes.
Okay, that'd be great.
Still in ICU type stuff, but very stable and doing much better. They consider it almost a corner turn.
Okay. All right, Attorney Brown.
Mayor, Commission. Can I be heard?
Yeah, we hear you.
Mayor, Commission, we request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to approve the purchase.
Madam Clerk, that was unanimous.
Mr. Mayor, on these affidavits, can we get a count, please? Mr. Clark?
Clark, you're muted.
Muted.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy? Out. Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hassan?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that motion carries with Mr. Fenoy out.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Brown, and we've got one motion prepared.
Yes, sir. We request a motion to approve the purchase of real property located in the city of Augusta, Georgia, commonly known as 3439 Milledgeville Road, 3445 Milledgeville Road, 3451 Milledgeville Road, 3457 Milledgeville Road, and 2110 Gordon Highway, to be funded from Rocky Creek Project SPLOST allocated funds, and to authorize the mayor and the clerk to execute all necessary documents under the guidance of Augusta Law Department.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Voting.
Clark?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy?
Yes.
Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hassan?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams?
Yes.
That vote's unanimous.
Take the picture down, Attorney.
All right, Madam Clerk, I think that's, Madam Clerk, Attorney Brown, I believe that's all the business that's before us.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor, have we gone?
Yes, ma'am.
We're still,
Say that again.
are we in regular meeting or we still?
We are adjourning the special call meeting, and I'm getting ready to call the regular meeting to order.
Okay, I was gonna ask for a couple of procedure
Okay.
matters.
All right. You can ask for that now before we convene the regular commission meeting.
Okay, we have several alcohol petitioners and massage operators petitions. And I was wondering if we could address those first, then go to the planning items. We have those petitioners here as well as some objectors. So
Yeah.
I think the alcohol petitions were probably a lot easier. I think we can get through with those fairly quickly and then proceed to the regular agenda.
That was the intent, Madam Clerk. I will tell you that I am a little concerned with that because as you see on the regular agenda, we have a host of public service items for new ownership applications around beer and wine, liquor, and licenses. And then we've also got a host of massage parlor requests. So let's just navigate through it, but we'll go in that order.
Yes, sir. And I think we can move them out. They're here in the building, and that way we can move them out.
All right, that's excellent. So even when we come to the regular agenda, I want to direct everybody's attention to public services. We'll move swiftly all of those items right in concert behind the planning petitions, okay? All right, Madam Clerk, any other questions or concerns you got?
No, sir. That's it.
All right, you want to bring to the attention everyone around the addendum agenda?
Okay. We have one item number 1 on the addendum agenda is an item that did not make it the required timeline. Planning is asking that it be added. It should be a part of their consent items. The Planning Commission did approve it. It was an oversight that it didn't get in on time. Item number 2 is a request from Transit Department for the last renewal of their current contract, which will go through July 31st, 2022. 68 is a revised agenda item from what is printed on our printed agenda.
All right, very well. All right, I think we're tracking, Madam Clerk. I can bring this out to you.
Mr. Sherman is available to answer any questions regarding the planning petitions, if there are any, on the consent items as well.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we know which items have objectors?
They're on the regular agenda.
Okay, they're all on the regular agenda. All right, very well. Okay, all right, I'm ready to proceed if you are.
Yeah, but for the sake of the record, if we could ask Mr. Sherman if there are any objectors once we consider our consent agenda.
Okay, hold on. Let's get Rob in here. All right. Okay. All right, I don't see Director Sherman.
Mayor, he may be in there with the public.
Okay, Natasha,
Yes, sir.
is that Rob?
Yes, he's coming up.
Okay, fantastic. All right, fantastic.
Rob, are there any objectors to any of the planning petitions on the consent agenda?
Can you give me 1 minute? Let me go ask.
Okay.
Bring this. Bring this. I don't have.
Mayor, there are no objectors.
On the consent planning petition, correct?
That's correct. There are no objectors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk. Okay. All right, I'm ready to proceed, I believe. I'm ready to proceed.
Okay.
All right, we'll call this meeting to order. This is the July 21, 2020 regular commission meeting. At this time, we'll call the meeting to order. Chair recognizes Madam Clerk.
Would you please stand for our invocation, after which our pledge of allegiance. Eternal loving God, we thank you for this beautiful day. We ask you to open our hearts and minds to receive your will and way. Help us to be patient as we wait on you in these times when we don't understand. When we are torn, look to you for guidance during today's deliberation. Heal us from differences and unite us, O Lord, with a common purpose to achieve what is good for all Augustans. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Commissioner Clark, would you lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance.
All right.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And
to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
all right, we're ready. We're gonna proceed.
With the delegation? Okay.
Yes, with the delegations. I'll come back later.
Okay. Delegation A, Astrid Utley regarding lack of services on Deansbridge Road to include but not limited to landfill issues and its impact on citizens of South Richmond County. 2, lack of internet service for major providers. And 3, crime and speeding on Deansbridge Road, south of Morgan Road. Ms. Utley?
Good afternoon.
All right, Miss Utley, you may be able to see us on the screen there. You have 5 minutes. If you'll state for the record your name and your address, and you'll proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. I wish I had longer because what I have is immense.
Sure.
My name is Astrid Utley, 4192 Deansbridge Road, Hephzibah, Georgia. I will start out by giving you an introduction into, and I represent myself as well as my 8 siblings for the property at 4170, 4166, 4168, 4160, and 4192 Deansbridge Road. This is a property that my parents bought over 60 years ago. And it is 66 acres minus the 10 or so that the state took many years ago. Because of the sacrifices of my parents made to afford us to be out there on that amount of land, I feel like we are compelled to protect and preserve this property and our rights as it pertains to such. After retiring, I moved back to the homestead in 2016, and I'm constantly fighting for services that are not being provided on Deansbridge Road. Being a state highway, we are literally being bounced between the state doing their part and the city shifting responsibility for getting the state to act. But is it really our responsibility to work so hard at trying to get services, or is that what we pay taxes for? We collectively own properties throughout Augusta, Richmond, and Burke County. Consequently, we are taxpayers who deserve to be served by the city as well as the state government, regardless of the fact that we are in what is considered a quote unquote undesirable zip code. Whether densely or sparsely populated, our needs should be met. We are respectfully asking our local elected officials to use your power and influence to make this area of South Augusta as much of a priority as you do West Augusta, East Augusta, and North Augusta area. So we are prayerful that the issues we are facing with the landfill will not be like my aunt and uncle and cousin Charles Utley faced over in Hyde Park. Here is a list of what we are. This is a letter. I have been writing letters since October 16th about the issues that I have outlined in my agenda. And here is just one example of a letter to one of the officials. I've written letters to officials, GDOT, local and state representatives. Here is an example. I have been trying to get internet in my mother's house at 4170 Deansbridge Road for 3 months. This is back in October 2019. I have been told by Comcast that it can't happen unless we pay for running the line at a cost of over $1,100, which is considered a discount. We tried to get it through the DirecTV, but they too are phasing out DSL and UVerse is not available in our area. We had internet prior to 2013, but discontinued everything when my mother became ill with dementia and later passed in 2015. When Xfinity upgraded their technology, they removed the line rather than including those homes with inactive lines in the change. Now they're trying to pass the cost on to us. I think it's unconscionable for them to be allowed to deliver subpar customer service and at the same time increase fees and taxes. With the constant push and insistence of government, education, and private industry for citizens to do all business online, I think that these providers should be required to ensure that we have access. My niece is a nursing student with a 16-year-old son. She is moving into the family home at this address, and as you can imagine, it's impossible to function without the internet. My second concern has to do with the increase in traffic, speed, and accidents along the stretch of Deansbridge Road from Bath Edie to Morgan Road. It's become very dangerous and hazardous to enter and exit our driveways. There are countless accidents and near accidents at the Willis Foreman intersection. I have sent numerous emails and made phone calls to various officials with the Sheriff's Department and GDOT, but I haven't gotten any adequate results from either. My requests have been for a flashing or regular traffic light at Willis Foreman, magnetic speed board, traffic signs denoting hidden driveways, etc. To support my efforts, I have asked GDOT and the Richmond County Sheriff's Department for statistical data on crashes and speeding. I still haven't heard back. My family has lived on this 66 acres of land since my parents moved us here from south side of Augusta over 50 years ago. They raised 9 of us, all of whom became productive citizens, to include 2 attorneys, 1 pharmacist, 1 mechanical contractor. Also, we have exercise physiologist, hairstylist, and a teacher. And for others, and we are very involved in creating opportunities for others who come from similar backgrounds. Currently, we have 5 homesteads on the compound, and honestly, we feel neglected for the simple fact that this stretch of the highway is not as densely populated as others. I'm hoping to discuss these concerns with you, and hopefully you can give me some guidance on how I can get access to the same services that are so easily given to other areas of the city. And I'm sure you guys know where I'm talking about. And in conclusion, this is my list of requests, and it starts with the landfill. I see where you guys gave $500,000 to repairing the landfill, and the report said that it would take 12 to 18 million to get it up to snuff. I applaud you for that. However, this has been going on for 4 years. The leachate is still leaking. The seagulls are still there. And this is what we're requesting. As far as the landfill is concerned, I have gone up to Environmental Protection Division and I have full documents. I need to have a copy of an updated remaining capacity report. That report will tell you how much that phase is left. They're busting at the seams. So that report is over 2 years old. Possibly besides the rains causing it to leak, it may be at capacity or over capacity. Updated report would help determine that. I don't see any data from you guys about the damage that has already been done. Chemical analysis, which details the levels of carcinogens, which are cancer-causing chemicals that are leaking out, or what's up there and what's the levels, are they acceptable or not? Water testing for our pond and our drinking water. Enforcement of the policy for tying down the waste management trucks that are passing along the highway, entering and exiting. Consistent maintenance of storm drains, and if you can't do it, which it hasn't been proven thus far, remove that from our taxes and we will handle it ourselves. Condition of seagulls, thousands are flying over. I have a report and I would like to send that to y'all from this management called Waste Advantage magazine. And one of the highlights is when birds settle into our landfills, it is a danger not only to them, but also to the environment. And this is for the entire CSRA. Birds migrate. So while people think that this is just our problem, it's not. As for the environment, it extends to the spreading of garbage, water contamination, and bird nuisance. Birds and their fecal matter can carry more than 60 transmissible diseases, some of which are known to be fatal to humans. These birds then move to other locations, further promoting the spread of diseases.
Ms. Utley?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me get you to do this for us. It sounds like you've got a fairly substantial list. I know there will be questions.
Yes,
but what
sir.
I would ask you to do is Ms. McFarley is there in the room with you. If you
Yes,
will
sir.
provide her with a copy, if we don't already have that, and we will have that distributed to the members of the commission. The commissioner from the 8th is going to comment on a few matters, and we're going to talk about some things that we will in fact do to help and or support your efforts. All right, I'm going to the commissioner from the 8th. So if you'll just watch the screen and just listen in, you're going to hear Commissioner Brandon Garrett speak to this matter. Okay. Commissioner from the 8th. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Utley, it's good to see you again, and I always look forward to your calls.
Mhm.
One thing that I do want to direct our engineering department to do, from our recent call, you were concerned about some ponds on your property and about the leachate. So what we are going to do here is to direct our engineering department to test your ponds, to check for any leachate outbreak if there is any leakage over there. So we are going to get that taken care of for you, and somebody from engineering should be in touch with you. As far as the remaining capacity report, I believe that we can obtain that for you as well. You said you had one that was 2 years old, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe the last report that I got from the EPD was 2018, and one of the notes from them was acknowledging that they were due another report. So I don't know if they got it, but that I went up there in February, before COVID, and that was the latest report that I found up there. So I'm pretty confident that that is the latest one that they have, and that's also on the list of violations that I have from up there.
Okay. Yeah, I would definitely like to see an update on that as well. And another thing, you mentioned about how tough it is for you to get your internet service and how much it's going to cost. I know when I bought my current property, it cost me almost $500 to have internet run to my house. So I understand the pain that is. But have you reached out to Jefferson out in our area to see if they have a broadband that they could offer you?
Let me just say this to you, Brandon. I don't think I'm going to reach out anymore. I have a folder full of reaching out to all kinds of people, including communications from GDOT, who was supposed to help with that. And while you're saying that what you had to do, that's all well and good. If we're talking about the properties that are back from the highway, that's one thing. But if we're talking about the property that's on the road and through their fault that they didn't upgrade it when they took the line down, that's a whole different issue. I understand.
Right, but we're elected officials.
I understand my house being back from the road. But when you talk about my mother's house, and the only reason that they took it down was because they want to keep people from stealing internet and didn't upgrade it when they upgraded everything else. You're gonna go around the house for whatever reason, and then you're gonna pass that on to the customer. That doesn't make a lot of sense. And here, this article right here, I have an article in my hand. Georgia Senate approves plan to boost broadband, rural. So why is it that can't be something that be considered when you talk about situations like this? You know,
Well, that's what I was getting to is
yeah.
reaching out to Jefferson about their broadband initiative because they are part of that Georgia-wide.
And should I do that as a taxpayer, or should that be something that my commissioners that I voted in?
Ma'am, us as elected officials have nothing to do with the internet service in your area.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I really wish we
Okay.
did, but.
Okay, next thing then. Okay, next
All right,
thing.
Ms. Utley.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna get to the suspend for a moment, if you don't mind.
Mhm.
We're trying to hear your concerns and take the appropriate information so that we might be able to address them holistically. You've got the commissioner from the 8th who has in fact reached out and certainly engaged me in terms of trying to understand the bigger issues. So number one, you've requested a concern around testing of your ponds from a leachate standpoint. I believe that that's something that this commission can in fact do. And so we're going to ask the commission to support that effort, that we go out and have your ponds tested to make sure that there are no contaminants in those. As it relates to broadband in that area, as the commissioner from the 8th has indicated, that is an industry that's regulated by the Public Service Commission through authority that's promulgated by way of the legislature. So we want to make sure we put it in the right hands of the folks who have a vested responsibility in trying to address that. And we'll take those necessary steps. We're going to take one more commenter. You're going to provide Ms. McFarley with that information, and then we will communicate directly to you after we've had a chance to get the commission to have your ponds tested. Okay, we're going to the commissioner from the 9th who has a question for you. Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I sympathize with Ms. Utley, and she had been in before this body before. I hear her frustration. I understand that. We need to make sure that someone contact her and not just say they're going to contact her and try to alleviate whatever problem we can. We do have a relationship with other governments around our governments that we can at least talk to about her issues. Not just her, but people on the south side of Augusta. So again, I think the pond testing is going to be good, but I don't think we ought to ask her or ask any of our constituency to address issues that we can have our staff to address. We may not address it, but we're going to have a staff member that can address her concerns and her issues. So again, she's got some issues there that's been ongoing. We know that South Augusta has not gotten the recognition it should have with a lot of areas. Commissioner Garrett talked about his residency out there as well. We have not done the thing that we could have done. So we need to try to catch up and do all we can. So I appreciate Ms. Utley coming though. I want to make sure that we understand that.
Okay,
Absolutely.
appreciate you saying that. Just one more thing, Mayor Hardy, if I could address this to you. What is actually processes and procedures for state highway versus the city of Augusta? Now, like I said, we are Highway 1/Deans Bridge Road. Whenever I put in a request to 311 to come and clean the storm drain, they flip it over to GDOT. Whenever I request information, for instance, traffic signs, hidden driveway signs, I'm hearing GDOT. I get information to call GDOT. I have tons and tons of correspondence to GDOT. GDOT does not respond. There are two different gentlemen with the same Collins. They don't call back. This has been going on since 2016. Traffic signals. Traffic out there is horrendous. And I'm sure that Commissioner Sias knows it, that Willis Foreman coming out on Deans Bridge Road, they have tons and tons of accidents. I'm sure that anybody that has to travel that road, and I do believe it's going to get worse because they're building more housing, having to help accommodate with cybersecurity. People, I believe that gate at Gate 5 is going to reopen the way it was robust back in the day when I grew up out there. So what I'm trying to do is that was my next request, is to talk about traffic and safety in the
All
area.
right. So absolutely. Again,
Yeah.
you've got a very broad list of concerns, Ms. Utley.
I
And
do.
we want to be amenable to those. We don't have the time to exhaust this in the delegation section, but these are matters that certainly have opportunity to be discussed during the committee process from an engineering standpoint. The delineation between U.S. highways, state highways, and roads, that's too lengthy of a conversation for us to even give consideration to trying to exhaust here. But to the degree that you have a concern about who's responsible, we certainly can help with that. So what we're going to do at this time is that will be, in fact, as the commissioner from the 9th indicated, we're going to place this. Much of your concerns would fall under engineering as it relates to your concerns that you've raised at this point. And that's where we're going to place this. And the Engineering Services Committee will take the lead on responding to and or addressing that. Madam Clerk, if you'll make a note of that, because much of her requests or concerns today fall within the purview of our Engineering Services Committee. And so with that,
Not to cut
I'm
you
not
off,
done,
but that
Ms.
is in
Utley.
fact, yeah, that is in fact what I had done I had scheduled meetings with engineering as well as public safety back
All right,
on
so
March,
Ms. Utley,
on
let
March
me
the
get you to
10th,
suspend.
before they were suspended. Mhm.
Ms. Utley, let me get you to suspend. I don't know what happened before, but I can tell you what's happening today. We're here to
Okay.
address your issues today as they've been brought to our attention. I don't know what took place in 2016, but we're here to try to assist you as best as government can in light of what's going on with COVID-19. And so what you're going to receive is a follow-up communication from the office. The administrator's office will be coordinating through engineering services to make sure that you get a response and we coordinate something within the next 48 hours, okay?
All right,
In the
sir, I
next 48
appreciate
hours,
it.
you'll get a communication.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all all for listening
All
and
right.
letting me vent, and hopefully something positive comes out of it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Utley.
All right, take care.
Our next delegation, Dante D. Bartley, regarding unsafe road condition on Popular Street.
Mr. Mayor, the commission board, I come today because,
Mr. Barlow,
yes, sir.
Mr. Barlow, if you would, just give us your address for the record.
Mr. Mayor, commission, I come this evening because Poplar Street and Raspberry Road has some serious road conditions.
Mr. Barley.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to ask you once more. If you'll give us your full name and your address before you proceed. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Darius Dante Barley. I live at 1931 Tutmahome Road, but I attend church sometimes on Poplar Street, which is Bill Grove Baptist Church sometime. And on that road is road danger on that road, because when a lot of people come to church, a lot of people have to dip down in the road and then come back on the road, which is a lot of potholes on that road. And what I mean by potholes on the road, that means like when it's a flood, you got to dip the car in the road and then come back up to actually get out of your cars and stuff. People cannot actually step out of their cars without stepping into water, which is the sewer and the drain system down there has been messed up for years. And I would like to know how we can fix that drain system down there. Actually, because when we go to like funerals or church services, there's a lot of water that stands right there by that church. And to me, I feel like we know to do something about that problem because really somebody gonna accidentally fall if we don't do nothing about that problem soon.
Okay, Mr. Barley, I think what you're sharing with us is you raised two issues. One, you frame it as unsafe road conditions on Poplar Street. Most of us are very familiar with the Poplar Street area, and it sounds like there may be some standing water concerns and or storm water. What I would ask, Madam Clerk, is that we take his contact information, and again, this is an engineering services matter, and we handle it through that process. We can't unilaterally just solve these things without putting the appropriate staff and resources to begin addressing these concerns. And so to the degree that Mr. Barley has brought this before us, we recognize it. There has to be a mechanism of follow-up. Administrator Sims, I'm going to once again bring this to, as you're taking notes and your team's taking notes, through engineering services to have a follow-up within the next 48 hours with Mr. Barley, and we coordinate having staff go out and take a look at it.
Okay, sir.
All right, Mr. Barley, thank you.
No problem.
Our next delegation, Farida Papel Farmer, regarding the revocation of Broad Street Nightclub, The Scene business license.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and the Commission.
Good afternoon, Mr. Popel, Mr. Farmer, rather. You have 5 minutes. If you'll state for the record your name and your address and then proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. My name is Edward Farmer. This is my wife, Farida Popel Farmer. Our address is 106 Oliver Hardy Court in Harlem, Georgia. And we're here to discuss the downtown nightclub, The Scene, S-C-E-E, The Scene. Exactly 1 month ago today, my brother-in-law, Farida's brother, was murdered down there. And since then, we've been looking into the issues with the club, basically leading up to what happened to the incident. We're finding a lot of negligence with the club management, a lot of lack of security personnel. And another thing we looked into is the precedent of when violent altercations such as murder and brutal beatings and stuff like that take place. The precedent that looks like it's been set is clubs are closed up after that. So we're looking into this and asking the committee to look into it as far as closing this club down. And we worked with a private investigator on a couple issues, and we uncovered there's one thing the Richmond County Sheriff's Department has asked for. It's called a security plan. And our private investigator was able to obtain a couple security plans from local clubs, but I guess they're not required to give that information to us. So The Scene did not give us that information. So one question there is, one, did they create a plan and file that with the Sheriff's Department? And if so, did they follow that plan accordingly? Because after reading some of the other plans, it seems like the general idea is once there's an altercation inside the club, they're to be escorted out in a staggered timeline, and then until they evacuate the premises. The premises is defined in the paperwork in plain English saying to include the parking lot and the subject's car. So in this case, in this specific case, there was an altercation inside the club, led to outside where it escalated. One man presents a firearm, murders the other one. So a couple issues on that. It looks like the club specifically in this incident did not follow the general consensus for a security plan. We don't have theirs again, but I'm sure it's the same guidelines. So they didn't follow that. And another one we discovered is that night, there was no special duty officer. They had one security guard, it sounds like, but no special duty officers. And we found out there's a requirement once you reach 50 to 100 people, it's required to have a special duty officer there. And we've had our private investigator go a couple weekends in a row and found out, and also went to other nightclubs on Broad Street, found that The Scene is the only one that doesn't have special duty officers. And I've also found out just from talking to my friends that are more familiar with the nightclub scene, that this club in particular stays open later than others. which to me further addresses the problem. Once bars start to close, everyone's going to congregate to this one location and, you know, create more of a problem. Is there anything you want to add? I guess the important thing to the city of Augusta would be, with an increase in crime through the negligence of the club, it's going to deter people from moving to the area, for one. And then people that live in the surrounding area, like myself, I've been downtown a couple of times, and I don't go specifically because someone has always tried to start some trouble. So it's a deterrent to go down there and spend tax money. So it negatively affects the city through tax revenue, businesses, you know, population growth, and so on. That's all I have. Any questions?
Okay, Mr. Farmer, thank you again for sharing that with us. Do I have any questions from members of the commission? All right. I know we've got the chairman of public safety here on the line and on the call as well. All right, Commissioner from the second. Did I see your hand go up?
No, sir, I didn't have any comments.
Okay. All right, Commissioner from the fourth. Go ahead, sir. State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mayor. Until the gentleman and lady that's speaking, my regret for your loss. I do have one question for you. In the subsequent investigation of your wife's brother's death, what kind of conclusion was drawn from that? If you don't mind sharing that with us, I don't need all the details, but what was the conclusion drawn from that? Was the club found negligent in any way or anything from that incident? If you can explain that or any other parts of that.
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, right now, the investigation is still open, so we don't have a lot of the details regarding that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Commissioner from the ninth.
Again, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Rob Sherman is a person that may be able to assist us about this particular incident of where it is now. Can Rob speak to that issue to let us know what he knows about it, where we are? We had several clubs, like the gentleman said, have been closed because there had been a incident such as this happened in their club. So can Rob enlighten me at all on that?
Okay, Director Sherman.
Commissioners, when we saw that this was on the agenda, we contacted the sheriff's office. At this time, we have no more information than what has just been presented to you. We did hear that there was an incident that started in the club, and then it moved out to Broad Street. But that's the extent of the information that we've got at this point. The sheriff's office, as he said, is continuing the investigation, and they would be able to present more to you if you desire that.
So how long of this incident took place, Rob? I mean, is it
exactly 1 month?
He was just saying it's been about a month ago.
About a month ago. Okay, I guess, Mr. Mayor, our job is just to find out from the sheriff department what transpired and how this happened. You know, there was an altercation and someone ended up losing their life, but there's always an interest point, somebody start and somebody finish and whatever else. But I think the sheriff department ought to be able to enlighten us on some of the history. Someone was there, someone knew about the incident and how they take place. So I think it'll be our next step through public safety, or however you want to address it, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I think it's important for us to engage in these conversations from a law enforcement perspective. Again, I go back to wanting to try to get good work out of our committees, and this is a public safety matter, and it needs to be handled as such. And I think it'd be appropriate, Commissioner from the ninth, if we convene a meeting with the sheriff's agency to get a better understanding of what the security protocols are for nightclubs downtown, working in concert with the city, in particular the planning and development department, as we regulate those industries. So Commissioner from the second, if you can take the lead on that, that would be extremely important. Commissioner from the second.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll make arrangement with the Sheriff's Department and the Public Safety Committee as to a date and time we could get together and meet, get a briefing on the matter and the policy.
All right, fantastic. And if we can do that in the next 7 days, that would be excellent.
Will do.
All right, fantastic. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Farmer, again, sincere condolences to both of you, to your entire family with this. Madam Clerk, if we can make sure that we have their contact information so that the Public Safety Committee Chair can keep them informed on what's transpiring.
Yes, sir. I believe we do.
Okay, fantastic. Again, thank you both.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, committee.
Our final delegation, Ray Montana, regarding the removal of the Confederate monument on Broad Street.
Blessings.
Mr. Montana, thank you.
How you doing, Mr. Mayor?
I'm well. The commission members were well. And if you would, Mr. Montana, state for the record your name, your address, and you have 5 minutes to share with us what you've got.
Absolutely. Can I ask a question? Can I speak for like 3.5 and give another person 1.5 minutes to speak on my behalf also?
Okay, that'd be fine.
Mr. Powell. Okay, my name is Ray Montana, RayMontana. My address is 3513 Bullock Avenue, Augusta, Georgia, 30906. Can you understand me, Judge? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear, sir.
Mr. Powell?
Continue.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and County Commissioners. Today, I'm in hopes to gain your votes to have the Augusta Confederate Monument removed. Although many of us celebrate fallen heroes, this monument reflects more than commemorating the Confederate dead. I read and I learned this particular monument was making a claim about public space, about who should wield power in our city, Augusta, then, now, and forever. It was invoking history. Even recent history has been infected with this political outlook locally and internationally to make an assertive political statement concerning white power. I read an article. In 1878, a keynote speaker spoke at this dedication here in our great city of Augusta, Georgia, at this particular monument. And he made his point very clear. He spoke, and when he spoke, he said, for the past, we have no apologies to offer. He said, even now, the fundamental claims of the Confederacy are in normal or in moral point of view, unaffected by the result of the contest, or shall I say war. The Confederacy had lost the war, but the holy cause was to live on, he stated. I asked the question, what was the cause? What was the reason of the war? It was to end slavery. They lost the battle, but they organized new forms and names of slavery. The terms of nominal slaves and virtually free slaves created only to legally enslave our people even more. Let's not go into a history lesson because we all know the deal. Today in 2020, violence against Blacks by police and white supremacists have proven that this monument in our city is a nuisance to our community and streets. Our public nuisance ordinance, it deals with the odor, it deals with decay, it deals with rubble, it deals with overgrown vegetation and fumes and gases, or any other threat or inconvenience. And I must repeat, any other threat or inconvenience. From the public, this is something that we the people must address. The public threat and inconvenience to the public, and especially to our Black community and visitors from across the world that visit our great city, must know the facts. The threat is surreal. The public, which is we the people, Black and some whites, feel our lives are being dictated and threatened by the exact reason this image was created, to cause division and flaunt white supremacy and power, to separate but create organized slavery instead of balls and chains. Now we are shackled with numbers and names. Even our judiciary and our school system has been affected by this also. We must rid this atrocity that depicts during a time when extreme prejudice and cruel acts was performed on us Blacks. I am a Black man, and I'm asking you for our Black community and for the rest of our city, can you guys come together on one accord and make history to vote to take the steps to make this state property be removed from our county and our public property? Mind you, we know that this battle
and this fight will be hard. And it's more a state issue than a county issue. But at this time, your citizens of this great city has asked me, Ray Montana, to ask you guys, the honorable mayor and our county commissioners, to at least get you guys to come together on one issue greater than your egos, on one issue greater than your beliefs, and one issue greater than your individual power. Today, we ask that you all help us make history. And they want me to also remind you that we are the ones that voted you in. And today we will want to make the day that everybody learn why we are a model city and why we call our city Greater Augusta. My name is Ray Montana. I'm the CEO and founder of CSR Street Justice. And today we demand change. And today we ask that it starts with you, our leaders. We need them vote in agreement across the board. Vote yes to take the steps to have it removed. And please note, Texas has removed 31 memorials, more than any other state, according to the Southern Poverty Law Center. At least 114 Confederate monuments have been removed throughout the nation. In the states of Georgia and South Carolina, 3 has been torn down by protesters. This is something that we're trying to not happen in our city. We come with a peaceful approach. At this point, we have a petition going around. It's over 9,086 in the current number of signatures on the petition as we speak. A compromise resolution will be to memorialize it in the Confederate grave, where it can be idolized by its followers and ancestors and out of the eyes of the public. And I'm gonna ask Mr. Powell.
All right, Mr. Montana.
Yes.
You have exceeded your time, but I'm gonna give Mr. Powell a minute to speak if there's anything of substance to add to what you've already shared with us.
Absolutely, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Montana.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And if you would, state for the record your name and your address, sir.
Certainly. My name is Dr. Todd Powell Williams. I live at 2327 Central Avenue in Augusta. I've been there since August 1st, 2008. Again, thank you so much for allowing me the space. I teach sociology, and in that capacity at Augusta University, I also teach race and I teach social movements. You know, since I've been here since 2008, I recognize this city as a relatively progressive city, as a city with solid leadership, with leaders that have wisdom and can get things done. I've seen the city move since I've been here in ways that have been fantastic, and I have every bit of faith that you all can find the political will to find another place for this statue. The statue is not a neutral representation of heritage. It's a symbolism. It's a symbol of white supremacy. It's a symbol of division. It's a symbol of treason, war against the United States, a war that was lost against the United States. It's a symbol of a war that was fought in defense of slavery, and it's a symbol of lost cause mythology, a symbol of ignorance, a symbol of, if you will, a whitewashing of history. It's not a memorial to any heritage other than the ugly heritage of white supremacy. I'm asking you to please, if I can be of any assistance in any way to help you find the political wherewithal to make this statue disappear, please just let me know. Thank you so much.
Dr. Powell, thank you so much as well. All right, we appreciate that. Thank you. There's going to be more that happens from this body here in the next few days. Mr. Montana, thank you as well for coming and sharing with us. We look forward to engaging you all in this ongoing conversation.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna provide an update today on a number of matters that I think are extremely important to our community, but let's address matters of consent first and at least have a path forward in terms of where we're gonna go before we get too far down the road, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go to the commissioner from the 4th Station Inquiry.
At this point, are you requesting for items to be either added or deleted from the consent agenda?
Yeah, but I want Madam Clerk to go through her preamble first, though, and we'll come back to you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 11 with no objectors to our planning petition.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the fourth.
Thank you, sir. First off, I would like to request one item to be deleted from the agenda, and that will be item number 42.
Hold on one second. All right. All right, continue, sir.
All right. Item 42, I got some questions. I'm not opposed to taking off, but I still need to get those answers.
All right, Commissioner from the ninth, to the degree that you still need some answers, I think they can come after. We've got Administrator Sims. If you can please give Director Welcher some clear guidance on communicating to Commissioner from the ninth, that he might be able to answer all questions related to the item number 42 as captioned on this agenda.
And the reason we're being deleted, Director Welcher has some issues that he feel like need to be resolved or relooked at on that, and then they can make a decision if they want to bring it back. But they just wanted to get some clarity on some things that may or may not be affecting that properly. And so as that work out, we'll see what they bring back. That was the reason.
Okay.
All right.
Administrator Sims, if you still have Director Welcher reach out to Commissioner from the ninth.
Yes, sir. I will.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner from the ninth, from the fourth, are you done?
Let me ask you a question. On the public service things, are we going to be able to consent those, or are we going to have a person go through them individually?
I think what Madam Clerk has requested is for us to, particularly those that are petitions, we need to read those in for the record.
All right, I'll start with item 16, I'll start with item 24. I want to request that we consent item 24.
I have questions on that one.
All right. All right. No worries.
That's that one off. Item 26. Item 27. Item 28.
You said 26, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
26 through 29, Madam Clerk, 26 through 29, and we'll read the captions for the record.
Yeah.
Okay.
Continue, Commissioner.
Items 30. Item 30 through 40.
I got some questions, Mr. Mayor, item 30 and item 32.
Okay.
Okay, and moving along from item 40, item 41. We discussed item 42 already. Item 45. Item 48. 49. 50. 51. 52.
I got some questions, 52.
Scratch out 52. So that went from 51 to 54.
No, 51, no.
Did he say 48?
Let's scratch that one out.
Say 48, yes.
Yeah, I still want to understand what we're doing there on 48.
All right, so let's pause, everybody. Let's pause. All right, Commissioner, if you would, for our purposes, go back to 42 and start from there and come down back down, okay?
Hey, well, Mr. Mayor, upon person privilege, please, sir. I have no problem with the commissioner going down the list, but he can't pop them off and we check them off fast. He already made his list. So if he's gonna give us time to address those issues, then we need to make sure that we're not pulling and adding that, deleting it all at the same time. I've got a problem.
All right, so just pause, Commissioner from the ninth. I asked the Commissioner from the fourth if he would go back and go slow, starting at number 42. We were all up to speed up to number 42.
Okay. We're pulling 42, is that right?
You're deleting 42.
Well,
you're deleting number 42, and Director Welcher is going to give you a call pursuant to the administrative direction to do so.
I get that, but then we start to pull, then we start to add to the regular agenda, right?
We hopefully are going to get to a place of where the commissioner from the 4th, because he was recognized first, is simply requesting that we, in typical form, add items to the consent agenda, at which any point in time, you can say you object.
All right.
Okay, commissioner from the 4th, continue.
Next item was 45.
Okay,
That was objection to 48, so then was 49. 50. 54. 58. 59. 60. 61.
Got a problem with number 60. I need to know what we're doing.
everybody, hold on, everybody suspend. Everybody suspend. All right, okay. There's a problem with 60, so 60 is off. 61 consent. All right, continue, sir.
62. 63. 64.
All right, suspend on that. I'm not sure why the caption was written this way, Madam Clerk. Provide the mayor's signature on furnished MOU. That's kind of like saying, well, we're just gonna take somebody and write the mayor's name down there. I don't know about that, but I know that wasn't your intent. I know that wasn't your intent, but who said that again?
That was the plan.
It need to be discussed.
That's just the wording of a caption. And what I'm thinking, they're asking that once this is approved, that you be allowed to execute the document. Now,
Yeah, that's standard language that we normally have for that. When I read this, I was like, oh, no.
right, okay.
Okay.
So, but I think we can still do that because it's basically a document you need to sign off on.
Yeah.
Well, I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure we clarify that we want to go back to the original language as opposed to we're just going to get somebody to put the mayor's name on there.
I was okay with that.
That would not be our process. And
I know, Madam Clerk.
that be the process.
That way we have somebody to blame. All right, 64.
Okay.
65.
Okay.
66.
All right, so suspend that for a moment as well. That's another example of motion to determine. There is standard legal language that we use when we are abandoning in place roads and things like this. So I want to caution those departments and our staff members who are inputting information in the Novus and then sending it over to the clerk. Let's make sure we're using consistent language as we get to these, okay?
This is a road abandonment, and I think
I know.
General Counsel Brown, this is the standard language that he uses when he's submitting requests for consideration on abandonment of property, but he's here to speak for himself.
Yes, the language is our standard language. The approval letters will be proper.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, point of order, again, when the clerk goes to the trouble of putting this agenda together, we know we combining our committees and our meeting together. That's a given because it's COVID. But we normally have an opportunity to discuss this kind of stuff in committees. Well, now we gonna go ahead and assume that everybody understand all this. I've got some issues. I'm not gonna allow anything else to be pulled. We don't have time. We put on the next agenda. The book is already thick today. I'm not gonna sit here and just say I should have talked about it, should have asked that question, and I didn't, because somebody wants to put them all. I said earlier, you got to be reasonable about this, the language and everything else. You can't just approve this government. You got to handle it as such. So I'm not accepting any more pulled, so the committee from the fourth can stop right there. I'm not gonna agree to anything that's being pulled. I'm gonna object to it.
So if the commissioner from the fourth, you're gonna object to, let me offer a few.
No. I'm not going anything else. Whether you're a committee from the fourth or the 10th or the 9th or anybody else, you're not gonna do that, man. I'm saying to you that the clerk went through the process of getting this agenda item together for us to look at. We had time to look at it for sure, but there's some stuff we're gonna make decisions on because we're gonna pull them and put them on consent agenda. We're not gonna do that. If they was on consent in the beginning, that's one thing. These are items to be discussed by this body, the elected official now.
Yeah.
I'm not agreeing to anything that's being pulled. We're gonna start from this point on.
All right, Commissioner from the third.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as mentioned by the commissioner from the fourth.
Second. Mr. Mayor, I got one thing, lady.
All right, hold on a minute, Commissioner, I'm coming to you.
Okay.
You may as well, we're gonna stir the pot while we got it. The commissioner from the ninth told me he was giving me a birthday gift, but he took it back.
I gave
don't know what that's all about.
I gave it to you and we was in legal. That is your birthday. I've been quiet.
Okay, but not now.
Not now. It's over with.
Oh, goodness.
You don't get two birthdays a year.
Mr. Mayor,
All right, hold on, everybody. Hold on. All right, the commissioner from the sixth has the floor.
Commissioner Mayor, Commissioner Williams, item number 44, the local small business orders revision. I talked to the compliance director and she has it in there where she's modified. There's a couple of things in there that we have concerns about and we kind of agreed to look at them. So we wanted to try to pull this off here and going to set up a workshop because they also want to discuss with us, will give us an update on the disparity study. So it's to delete this from the agenda and we're going to set up a workshop. So will you submit to that?
So you're saying that the HR,
the compliance director.
No, compliance department.
Compliance director. We had a conversation about it, and she wants to give us an update when we set up this workshop to look at some of the revisions that she done for this local small business ordinance, but at the same time talk about give us an update on where she is in the disparity study. So it's about setting up a workshop. So they're leading it from the agenda today.
In other words, Commissioner, it's not ready for prime time. We need to delete it from the agenda.
all right, your next birthday, remember that now, you got it.
Thank you, sir. I needed something. I normally don't get a thing.
Well, that's attributed to the commissioner from the sixth birthday, not mine. I still got more in the tank.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, commissioner from the first.
Mr. Mayor, the agenda item number 9, the residents and the pastors of Sand Hills had a meeting scheduled with that developer on Weed School, and that meeting was canceled because of COVID. They want to have an opportunity to meet with the developers before we move forward with that project.
And my understanding is, Mr. Bernard, that they met, not maybe the recent one, they had a meeting with the developers about the project at Weed School. And the community was, now I ain't got no problem waiting until we sure, but they said they met and they was in favor of what the developer wanted to do. That's what I got.
All right, Commissioner from the ninth, I appreciate you chiming in, but wait until you're recognized, okay?
All right.
As of last week, Mr. Mayor, I had a conversation with Reverend Thomas, Victor Thomas, and Reverend Miller, and that was their posture. And the last meeting that they had at Elam, and it was with the residents and not the developers.
So, Commissioner from the first, what's the problem? So to the degree that this is on the consent agenda, it has met all of the requirements of local law. Why would we not move forward with this?
Because we want to give the residents an opportunity to meet with the development and have their concerns addressed.
And can that not happen at the same time that this is moving forward? Because I have not heard, nor do I see any reason why we would change our position on this.
The reason we would change our position is to give the developers an opportunity to meet with the resident.
Yeah, I see no reason why they couldn't do that at the same time. Again, this petition that's in front of us is simply a request for concurrence, as they always are, with the developer for a change of zoning. Is there going to be something that happens that causes us to deny this?
I'm not asking for a denial, I'm asking for a postponement.
Okay.
There are issues that reason why we vote on it, and I apologize for chiming in, but it's not cookie cutter.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna say the same thing to you that I said to the night. Wait until you will recognize it.
I already answered that one.
All right, Commissioner, I'm gonna go to Rob Sherman. I mean, what are you asking for, Commissioner from the first? That we simply postpone this?
We postpone it for 30 days.
All right, Director Sherman, please unmute yourself. You got to unmute yourself. Director Sherman. Director Sherman, the commissioner from the first is asking for a postponement of this for 30 days.
Okay, and we're talking about Z 2037, number 9 on the agenda?
That is correct.
Okay, the developer did meet with the neighborhood. We had a call in. I am.
He is. We're here.
Okay, I'm getting a lot of direction here.
Yeah, just follow us. Just follow us.
Okay, so the applicant did meet with the neighborhood. We had a call in at the planning commission meeting from the Sand Hills Neighborhood Development Group, and they were in support of the application.
All right. Okay. It is currently on the consent agenda. It was not pulled. I think it's prudent for us to move forward with this item.
I'm pulling it from the consent agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. And I'll defer to someone else. Commissioner from the 9.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Serving on the planning and zoning board, I met with some of the constituents on Sand Hill, and then no one showed up to be in opposition. Also, I was told that they did meet and they were satisfied with the outcome of what the project is going to be. Now, I don't know if we hold it up for 30 days, Rob, would that affect the project, affect the start, or affect anything? But no one showed up for planning and zoning. No one have expressed their objection. I'm for the neighborhood as well, but at the same time, they had opportunity to come to planning and zoning and they didn't. And I spoke with some residents of Sand Hill, and they said they was in favor of the project. Kind of surprised me, but it was in favor. Nobody showed up. I guess they are.
But, Mr. Mayor.
All right, hold on a minute. Rob?
Well, as Commissioner Marion Williams was saying, that's the way we understand it, that they were in agreement. Now,
Do you understand that, Rob? Because they were there or nobody showed up. You've got one commissioner contending that nobody was in a meeting with any of the developers. They didn't meet with the churches. What's true, what's not true?
well, so there was no one present supporting or objecting to it. We had a call in. It was a virtual.
Was anybody on the call?
Yes, yes. So what- yeah. Oh, okay. Well, there were two who were there to support it, Lucian Williams and his son, and then the man that is over the Sand Hills Development Group, Tim Wilson. Tim Wilson spoke in support of it.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner from the first has asked this to be pulled from the consent agenda.
Okay.
Commissioner from the first with the caveat postponed for 30 days?
Postponed for 30 days. And I don't know why we're getting conflicted information, Mr. Mayor, but I'm gonna call my resources to try to, while the meeting is going on, to find out whether they have had a change of heart or whether they have met with the developers and whether they don't see a problem with moving forward.
All right, so Madam Clerk, what we'll do is we'll simply pull this from the consent agenda and it'll be placed on the regular agenda for further debate. And if something changes between now and when we get to Iwo Jima, we'll address that then.
Okay.
Okay.
That'll be Hiro Jima and back again.
Yes, absolutely. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, if you would, for us.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, Commissioner from the fifth, I'm sorry, I'm coming back to you. Yes, sir, thank you so much for the reminder.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Williams, he kind of cut Mr. Size off when Mr. Size had already pretty much done the meat part of our discussions if we were to have it. But on the next page, other business, you got 70, 71, 72, and 79. They're just grants for DUI, felony drug court, veterans court for program. And then the last one is Criminal Justice Coordinating Council grant award. So if Commissioner from the ninth would let those four go by, I think that'll help us out. They're just DUI grants and Veterans Court Program grant. And the last one is a Coordinated Council Grant Award, Adult Mental Health Program. So I just submit those.
All right, he's as we were saying in the legislature, he's a good man. So I think he's strongly consenting 70, 71, and 72 because you're completely accurate on that. They are routine grants from the CJCC and or
and 79.
And 79. Yep, I couldn't agree with you more. Commissioner from the ninth.
I think you'll have my hand, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Without objection. He's a good man.
I ain't that good.
I'm gonna hold on to you till December 31st, 2020. I'm gonna hold on to you.
Hey, now when y'all was rolling all this other stuff out the way, I said I'm not agreeing to anything else. I mean, we done clicked and went to all this work. The book is bigger than I ever seen. Come out here and then we just gonna act like it ain't nothing never happened. I mean, we might well let the click off. I mean,
if you let her out, then I'm going with her. All right, Madam Clerk, it's on you.
All right. Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 11, with the exception of item 9 being pulled. Items 30, 31, 40, deletion of item 41, that's on consent, deletion of item 42 with Director Welcher getting with Commissioner Marion Williams, deletion of item 44 with scheduling a work session and an update on the disparity study. Item number 45 to the consent. Item number 49, 50, 51, 50.
No, not 51.
He had issues with that? Okay, Mr. Williams,
did.
Mary Williams, oh, you did, okay. All right, 54, 58, 59, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 70, 71, 72, and 79. That's
Madam
our
Clerk,
consent agenda.
did you include 26 through 29? They were on that list.
No, sir, those are gonna have to be taken up with the alcohol petitions.
Right, we understood that, but I think that we were just gonna have to read the caption because what we understood is that there were no objectors to any of those.
No, sir, to the planning commission items. There's no
Okay.
objections.
Okay. All right, I thought that was the case with these as well. All right, very well. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk?
Okay, we have, the motion for the consent was Commissioner Mary Davis, seconded by Mr. Sires.
Yes.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sires,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
Consent agenda carries unanimously.
Okay.
And we'll move now to
Madam
the
Clerk,
alcohol portion of the agenda, Mr. Mayor.
I want to pause for a moment and I want to give a COVID update.
Okay,
I think it's appropriate to just give an update as it relates to COVID just for a moment. I think it's extremely important for us to continually talk about it in a larger setting with this body. And I'm going to go largely in reverse order. I want to thank the commission for the work that's being done in terms of communicating with your constituents, our constituents around COVID. I think there's a clear recognition that this is a serious issue across this country, and without question in Augusta, as we see the numbers sharply increasing and surging in our community. I'm going in reverse order. As of today, July 21, we have seen an increase of 85 cases in Richmond County. That's 85 additional cases in Richmond County in the last 24 hours. In the state of Georgia alone, there have been 3,413 new cases. The census accounting at this point is that there have been 2,390 positive COVID-19 cases. There have been 69 total deaths. That number 69 represents an increase of 6 deaths in the last 24 hours and 296 hospitalizations. We're currently at 148,000, almost 149,000 positive COVID-19 cases in the state of Georgia, 3,254 deaths. And from a hospital standpoint in the region, as of the last 24 hours in the region, we are at 70% capacity in ER beds. with 30% being available, and that's in the region. That's a 12-county region. In terms of critical care beds, 74% of our beds in the region are in use, with 26% available. And in general inpatient beds, we're 80% use in the region, with 20% of our hospital beds being available. There's been great discussion over the last several weeks around this public health state of emergency. The governor extended the statewide public health emergency until 31 July 2020 at 11:59 p.m. In that public health state of emergency, there was recent guidance given to schools that are required to follow the 14 measures that were in the order. That included, but are not limited to, reducing class sizes or moving classes to larger spaces like gymnasiums, stadiums, arenas, or outdoor areas. In addition to those orders, the governor, in his most recent executive order as of July 15, provided schools with the authority to require or mandate students and staff to wear face coverings. Here in Richmond County, on the 10th of July, an executive order was issued requiring face coverings in all government buildings and public spaces. That information was provided to each of you on the commission. In addition to that, the governor moved shortly thereafter to file a complaint in the Fulton County Court against the city of Atlanta. That complaint, while it was specific to the mayor and city council of Atlanta, there have been approximately 100 cities who had either already adopted a policy regarding the wearing of face coverings or masks in their own buildings and or public spaces in an effort to protect their own employees and local citizens. As of this morning, the Georgia Municipal Association filed a Friends of the Court brief in support of the city of Atlanta and all 538 municipalities and governments.
The right kind of charger.
As a result of that,
At first I didn't, it drained all the way down. So I got on my.
As a result of that, as many of you may have heard at this point, the court case that was supposed to take place at 11 o'clock today did not take place. The governor's office asked that the judge of record, Judge Ellaby, be recused, or that she recuse herself from the complaint. And that has in fact taken place at this time. Pursuant to that, all of the local orders and requirements are still in effect. What the Friend of the Court brief argues is that the governor does not have the authority to usurp home rule that is conferred upon cities and municipalities by the General Assembly, the legislature. And so that will be the argument that is taken to the courts. They're standing for this, but pursuant to Title 38, which is the code section that the governor has referenced, it expressly provides not only the governor, but local governments pursuant to public health emergencies with the appropriate authorities to provide for the health, welfare, and safety of all of its citizens. And so I wanted to make sure that I gave an update as it relates to that. In addition to that, from a COVID-19 standpoint, we are in the possession of a recent coronavirus task force from the White House Commission report. And in that commission report that was provided to the governors of all 50 states, there are 18 states that are declared red zone states. These are states where cases, new cases, more than 100 new cases per 100,000 population test positive at a rate above 10%. Many of you may be aware that Georgia has been testing at a fairly significant rate. as high as 15 to 16% in terms of positivity. While there are 18 states that are red zone states, in those states, and in particular in the case of Georgia, there are 30 cities that meet the red zone criteria. Augusta, Georgia is one of those red zone cities in the state of Georgia, to include Columbus, Savannah, Atlanta, Sandy Springs, and Alpharetta, Brunswick, Macon, Valdosta, Gainesville, LaGrange, Athens, Clark County, Douglas. Many of these cities, if not most of them, were cities that moved very quickly to enact local orders and ordinances requiring face masks. This coronavirus task force report takes the recommendations that it states that the CDC, the World Health Organization, and those agencies that we look to include the local state Department of Public Health, recommends that these things should be done over a 14-day period of time where there's a decline in positivity rate that should be seen before regulations are pulled back. They include requiring face coverings. They include limiting the large number of gatherings. Those things that Georgia moved swiftly to relax the regulations on, and we now find ourselves back at this place. I wanted to make sure that we gave that update, and at the same time, there's an item on the agenda that we'll talk about later, number 76. I want to applaud the commissioner from the 8th for his efforts on yesterday with the press conference around the Mask Up Augusta campaign. I think that certainly will help bolster the conversation around the need to wear masks, and more importantly, the requirement to wear masks in the city of Augusta and in all of our government buildings. The Supreme Court Chief Justice, Justice Harold Melton, in his most recent judicial order across the state of Georgia, mandated, pursuant to CDC recommendations and guidelines, that in all courts in the state of Georgia, you're required to wear a face mask or covering. And so there needs to be consistency. What we see here is that, again, pursuant to the governor's executive order, the Georgia Constitution and the General Assembly clearly recognizes the different branches of government: legislative, judicial, and executive. And that's where we are in the state of Georgia. That's where we are in the city of Augusta. And it's important for us to be as vigilant as we can be with trying to slow the spread of this virus. And I want to ask each of us to not only encourage our friends, our family members and loved ones to wear a mask, wash their hands, and to watch their distance if we're going to slow the spread of this virus in our community. And it's extremely important that we do so. Madam Clerk, at that point, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sherman, Ms. Walton. We will now receive consideration under our public service portion of our agenda of our alcohol petitions.
Okay. Good afternoon. We have a new ownership application. It's a request by Marcy Adams for an on-premise consumption beer and wine license to be used in connection with Homewood Suites by Hilton Augusta, located at 1049 Stevens Creek Road. There will be Sunday sales. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Marcy Adams. My address is 922 Pathview Court, Decula, Georgia, 30019.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner for the 9th. I'm sorry, 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Adams, does Homewood Suites have a restaurant in it now?
They do not have a restaurant. They serve complimentary meals for breakfast and for dinner. And the beer and wine are served complimentary.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So move, Mr. Mayor.
All right, can we do this? Can we do this, everyone? Let's hear them in mass and then vote on them all at once if we can. Provided there are no objectors, okay? Madam Clerk, let's call for the next one.
Okay. Ms. Walton?
The next item is a request by Sohail Jonas for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Augusta Food Mart located at 1659 Gordon Highway. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Good afternoon. My name is Sohail Yunus, and my address is 2451 Northmont Parkway in Duluth, Georgia. And I'm applying for the application on 1659 Gordon Highway in Augusta, Georgia.
All right, thank you. Ms. Walton?
This is a new ownership application. It's a request by Manpreet Kaur for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Super Express number 3, located at 2545 Peach Orchard Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Hello. My name is Manpreet Kaur. I'm living in 551 Blue Ridge Crossing, Evans, Georgia. So my application for Super Express 3 on Peach Orchard Road. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a new ownership application. It's a request by Amid Ali Trani for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Chevron Food Mart located at 1503 Gordon Highway. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Hi, Mayor. This is Ahmed Ali Tharani, 1503 Gordon Highway.
Your home address.
Home address is the 2249 Larkspur Run Drive, Duluth, Georgia, 30097.
Thank you.
We have a request by Aniket Kumar for Patel for a retail package beer and wine beer license, to be used in connection with World of Beer located at 2819 Washington Road. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Oh, John.
Good afternoon. My name is Ankit Kumar A. Patel. Address 175 Butler Drive, Richmond Hill, Georgia, 31324.
Thank you.
A new ownership application. It's a request by Nashad Huda for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Super Express number 7, located at 1901 Gordon Highway. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
My name is Nashad Huda. Home address is 84 Langford Road, Tucker, Georgia, 30084, in connection with 1901 Gordon Highway, Augusta, Georgia.
Thank you.
We have a new ownership application. It's a request by Ashfaq Khan for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with Shop and Go Mart located at 2061 Gordon Highway. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Hi, good evening, sir. My name is Ashfaq Khan. My address is 1955 Bells Ferry Road, apartment 1724, Marietta, Georgia, 30066. Applying for alcohol license for Shop and Go on 2061 Gordon Highway.
Thank you.
Ms. Bonner, do you want me to proceed with the massage therapist?
Yes,
Please.
I'd like for you to. Go ahead.
It's a new application. We have a request by Kimberly W. Mathis for a massage operator's license to be used in connection with Imagine That Massage Therapy located at 2215 Tobacco Road, Suite 1. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Good afternoon, I'm Kimberly Mathis. Address 3630 Peach Orchard Road, apartment. Home address 3630 Peach Orchard Road, apartment 414. Requesting permission for new business massage, Imagine That Massage Therapy at 2215 Tobacco Road, Suite I.
All right, thank you.
It's a new application request by Shakia C. Paget for a massage operator's license to be used in connection with Salon Massage and Body Work located at 2315 Central Avenue, Suite C. This application has been approved by Planning and Development and the Sheriff's Office.
Hello, my name is Shakia Paget, and I live at 2812 Joy Road, Unit 99, Augusta, Georgia, 30909.
And your address for your business, please.
It's 2315 Central Avenue, Suite C, Augusta, Georgia, 30904.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a new application, a request by Cho Tang for a massage operator's license to be used in connection with H Massage located at 1944B Walton Way. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Chao Tang. I live in 3346 Ravenwood Drive, Augusta. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
It's a new application request by Carla Lewis Halls for a massage operator's license to be used in connection with Carla Lewis Halls LMT located at 1250 Mary Street. This application has been approved by the Sheriff's Office and Planning and Development.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla Lewis Hawes. Home address 2127 Redale Avenue, Augusta, Georgia, 30906. Business address 1250 Mary Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30904.
All right, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, in the words of the Commissioner from the 9th, I believe we've got 26, 27, 28, and 29, along with
16 to 22.
Yes. All right.
Move to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk. Voting. And it's items 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 26, 27, 28, and 29. Madam Clerk, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy? Out. Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sun?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. That
Yes,
motion,
me too, Mr. Bonner.
okay. That motion carries unanimously.
Hey, Madam Clerk. Oh, for just one second. I'm gonna get my bearings straight here. I'm feeling some kind of way over here that my birthday pal taking things away from me.
Gave you a birthday present, man. You can't get them all.
Well, I keep reminding myself I'm God's favorite child, so I'm wanting everything that he got coming to me.
He gave you a birthday. That's right. He gave you one. He gave you two.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's go. We're going to go in this order. I'm going to take 12, 13, 14, and 15, and then we're going to go to 53 in that order.
12, 13, 14, and 15. Mr. Chairman, are you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're doing item number 12, requesting a special exception from an R1A1 family residential, reference to property known as 2345 Golden Camp Road. Item number 12, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, number 12, just as Ms. Bonner read, this is involves about 44 acres. They're requesting a change of a special exception to the R1A zoning, which will allow them to have what is proposed are 67 lots. They will be 65 feet wide, 100 feet deep. And there will be, so that's essentially that. At the Planning Commission meeting on June 1st, it was postponed. There were a few neighbors who called in, and there were some questions about the project. The applicant met with the neighbors. There have been 3 meetings. At the last meeting, I believe we got the issues resolved. The proposal from the Planning Commission includes 5 conditions. There has been another condition that has been added to those 5 that came out of the 3rd meeting with the developer. And if I can read that 6th condition, it goes like this: the proposed rezoning and subsequent residential development must substantially comply in character and layout with the concept plan to include exterior design elements, minimum house size of 1,400 square feet to 1,850 square feet at a price range of $160,000 to $200,000 as illustrated in the elevations, specifications, and pictures provided by the applicant and labeled as Exhibit A. And so it goes on, any deviations from these conditions shall require the approval of the Planning Commission and the Augusta, Georgia Commission. So those conditions will be part, if this is approved, will be part of the rezoning and will be recorded. And that is the, those are the conditions that the applicant will have to comply with. The applicant is here, and I believe he's here to answer any questions that you may have.
And let me chime in when you get a chance, Mr. Mayor.
I got you. I got you. All right, Commissioner from the 5th.
Okay.
All right, you got any questions?
Right.
All right, I believe.
I do.
All right.
Attorney Brown. Attorney Brown, if I could.
Attorney Brown. Attorney Brown.
Yes, sir.
Attorney
You have a
Brown,
question?
you heard that
Sir.
last, you heard that
Hello?
last, can you hear me?
Yes, my phone had died. Can it recharge it?
Gotcha. Now, you heard all the conditions, including the sixth condition, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, is that condition bindable by law? But
Yes, if the party agrees with it.
Mr. Sherman, are you there?
Yes, sir.
There's one more thing, and Mr. Herbert said it himself. I like in that sixth condition, all homes have double car garages.
And that is included in the elevations and the pictures that are part of the Exhibit A.
All right, so he has to accept the conditions, correct?
That's correct, and he wants to speak to that.
Okay. I just need to hear accept the condition of number 6.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
Sir.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Mayor.
I'll come back to you, Commissioner. I'll come back to you.
Okay.
I'm in support of the project for sure. But when I read the capture and it says sidewalks should be installed along one side, that bothers me a lot because I'm worried about the width of the drive-through to get through there. Now, a lot of development we have done in this government, the roads have not been wide enough. I don't know what this developer is doing that, making them convenient, but we have had some development that wasn't equipped enough for fire trucks to go down and turn around. You will have some on-street parking, I'm sure. So why is it just one side gonna be sidewalk? Anybody?
All right, Director Sherman, Mark.
So in the discussions with Mr. Herbert about the development, that's what was agreed to, is have to have the sidewalk on one side. The streets will meet the standard engineering requirements, I believe 60 foot right of way. And this is typically what's included in a residential development.
Okay, and there will be curb or be asphalt for?
Curb and gutter.
Curb and gutter.
It will be curb and gutter.
Okay, I just want to get that cleared out. I'm in support of the project. I think the project is a good project. I know what we've done in the past. I want to make sure that we're not following that back again. That's all.
All right, Commissioner for the 5th.
Mr. Mayor, Attorney Brown said he has to verbally accept all of the conditions, and that's what I wanted him to do.
My name is Mark Herbert. My office address is 5104 Pierce Court, Evans, Georgia. I do accept the conditions. The only change that I would like to make is where it says the houses will be 160 to 200. I would like to see if we could change that to the upper 150s to 200 plus. That kind of limits me on the upper side. And the reason for the 160, if you have someone that wants to pay cash for a house and they want to discount the closing cost, at least that way I have a little bit of flexibility in it.
All right, so you're saying upper 150s to 200?
Plus.
Okay. But my main thing was that when we met and you agreed to the stipulation of, 150 to 200 as you have it right now, that was my main concern. And we talked about Grove Landing and this subdivision being similar to Grove Landing. And I'm hoping that we can get it done the way you said you would do it. I have confidence in you. And I'm going to make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve.
I have one question.
All right, I got several questions. I've seen a couple of hands going up over here. All right, Commissioner from the 1st. All right, Commissioner Frossard, you go first. He's
All right.
muted.
Thank you.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Sherman.
All right, Director Sherman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sherman, when you look at the 6 conditions, does you really need a special exception to do these conditions, or could you do what it seems to be agreed upon, but not getting a special exception?
Well, so the property is zoned R1A, single family residential, requires 80-foot lots, 80-foot widths and 10,000 square feet. He's under the special exception. It refers you to what is our R1E section, where there's more flexibility in the design of your project. He has 44 acres. He can only use roughly 27 acres because of the topography. This will give him flexibility in the road width, the lot width and the size of the lot. So he does need the special exception for this project with the base zoning being R1A as it is.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner from the first.
Will there be street lights in this project?
Yes.
Mark.
Yes, sir, there will be.
All right, great.
I have one more.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I done told others. I'm gonna wait until I recognize you. I'm going to Attorney Brown. Attorney Brown.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that the condition has been modified per the petitioner's request to say the price would fall between upper 50s and 200 plus. I just want to make sure that was in the record.
Upper 150.
Yes,
The upper 150s, not upper 50s.
upper 150 to 200 plus.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
All right, Commissioner from the fifth.
Yes, sir. Mr. Herbert,
Yes.
I am a little concerned about the setback. So will that vary, the setback vary between houses, or that's just setback that you're gonna use?
Whatever my engineer has on here is the setbacks is what we normally use. And we do normally set them back like a foot behind that.
Okay. All right, Ms. Bond, I'm ready.
Okay.
If the mayor is,
Well, I'm trying to ascertain where we are. You know, things keep changing. All right.
I have my hand up, but
I'm coming to you.
I need to interrupt.
Well, no, you don't. Like I said, if I just get everybody to stick with me. Commissioner from the fourth.
I had one question, but I think I'm just gonna get rid of it. It was about the distance between the homes, but I'm not gonna engage in it. Commissioner from the fifth says he's good with everything, so I'll leave it be.
well,
Amen.
All right. Amen. Selah.
well, we're gonna be watching to see when that thing starts to develop now.
All right, we'll entertain a motion.
We have one, Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Garrett.
All right, Van.
Mr. Clark, okay. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, Madam Clerk, regarding the matter of 13, 14, and 15, they're the same petitioner and developer. And if we could read the caption, we'll do that, but I'd like to take all three of those together.
Mr. Sherman are the petitioners, and Mr. Mayor, I'm thinking there were objectors. Are they here, Mr. Sherman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right.
You want to proceed,
I
Mr.
will.
Mayor, with that?
I do, and we want to hear from the objector as well. Let's make sure we've got a person who's speaking on their behalf, Rob.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very well.
Item number 13 is a request for concurrence to approve requesting a change of zoning from a zone R1, one family residential, zone B2 general business, and zone A agriculture, affecting property at 4405, 4414 Mike Paget Highway. Item number 14 is a request for concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve requesting a special exception in the R1C zone affecting property at 4405 and 4414 Mike Paget Highway. Petition number 15 is a request for concurrence with the Planning Commission with conditions to approve a change of zoning from a zone B2 general business with conditions to a zone B2 affecting property known as 4405 Mike Paget Highway.
Rob?
Okay, Mayor, Commissioners, there are three agenda items, companion items. We're talking about roughly 17 acres. It's at the intersection of Brown Road at Mike Paget Highway. The first application, number 13, is to rezone the property, excuse me, to R1C, single family residential that alone requires 60 feet of frontage, 6,000 square feet. The second agenda item is a request to change, to get a special exception to the R1C zone, which again puts you back into the R1E, flexibility in the development. What he's wanting to do is to have 95 lots or 95 units. There will be 66 single-family lots and 29 attached townhouses, I believe, in groups of 5. And then at the corner, there will be a commercial piece of property, and the corner presently is zoned commercial. Roughly 4 acres is zoned commercial. That will be reduced to roughly 2¼ acres, right?
Actually, currently, I believe it's actually
Okay. So it will be residential development with the corner at Mike Paget zone commercial. It was on the June Planning Commission meeting. There were some objectors. The applicant and the objectors have gotten together, I think, on three different occasions to try to resolve their concerns. The objectors are here today. And unless you have questions for me, the applicant is here to answer any questions as well. And then the objectors.
All right, I'm going to go to the commissioner from the 8th, and then I want to hear from the objectors.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I was going to wait until we heard from the objectors and the developer, if that's possible.
Absolutely, not a problem. Rob, let's go ahead and hear from the developer and then the objectors in that order.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Quinn. My address is 4581 Bedford Drive, Evans, Georgia. Mr. Sherwin kind of gave you the nuts and bolts of the proposed development. It's currently already zoned commercial at the corner. We would like to sort of reshape and enlarge the commercial zoning portion and then rezone the R1A to R1C with special exceptions. That's pretty much a general broad stroke kind of overview. I have no problem with letting the petitioner sort of have the floor, and I can address any concerns that you guys might have after hearing their concerns.
All right, fantastic. Thank you.
What's your name? Miles. Okay, just state your name and address.
Can I drop this to top? Can I drop this?
That's fine with me.
Hey, my name is Miles Roberts, and I'm here because there's only one personal.
State your address, Mr. Roberts. Your
13
address for us. Yes, sir.
1302 Brown Road. 1302 Brown.
Got it. Thank you.
I don't feel like I'm qualified. I don't feel like any one of us is qualified to speak for the concerns of over 400 people, because so many different issues have been brought up and so many concerns raised. We're not professionals at this. We've just been doing what we know to do. What we've been guided to do is our only option we can to voice an opinion. We have over 400 signers of the petition. We should have had a dozen speakers here on an open meeting so that we can get their thoughts. There is a good bit of documentation, and the petitions that have been put on the agenda. I guess you've seen those on the agenda prior to the meeting. I sent an email to each one of you Sunday night. People who live there, many have for decades. Many of them are elderly, and they live in a rural area, and that's their choice. It's been a rural community from day one. We live on 1 acre, 2 acre, and more acre tracts. We don't live in an area of 7 housing units per acre. This will be the most visible piece of ground for that neighborhood, right at the corner of Highway 56, Brown Road. There's been a number of problems that have been brought up at different stages, and some people have told me that they're tired. Some commissioners have said they're tired of hearing the issues, but we have brought up flooding issues. This parcel was carved out recently locally, so that it would be acceptable to the flooding zone regulations. We have tremendous traffic problems and safety problems, and it was brought up at zoning how many accidents have been occurring at intersection over the last few short years. When we had the meeting, the last meeting from zoning, the very next morning, I think all of you know, a 35-year-old lady lost her life on a fatal head-on on Mike Paget right in front of the property. There's speed issues, particularly right now on Mike Paget. It hasn't had, Mike Paget State Highway has not seen dense housing on it ever in its history, and the reasons for that. It's been an agricultural and an industrial area. It's always been the nature of Highway 56. When I asked what sort of a neighbor is dense housing for Graphic Packaging, their property is a quarter mile from this intersection. There's the noise, the smells. We got employees over there that their cars are washed before they leave the property because of sediment that's in the air. There's gunfire, there's hunters. Complaints will come once residents move in. Complaints will come with the noise under the plant. There's 2 hunting clubs. There's a firing range, which is only about 2,000 feet away, not 3,800 feet away. I can see that on Google Maps. There's power lines that cross the properties, right across the piece that's being developed. There's 2 county wastewater ponds right behind Graphic Packaging, and they're only half a mile away from the property. Of course, the flood was an issue because 2 creeks split the property. One is on one side, one is on the other. The procedure to get to this point, in my opinion, has been a disgrace.
Mr. Robertson, can you do a favor for me? Can you put your mask back on?
Okay.
Yeah, just put your mask back on because you're talking into the microphone, and others will come up to that and be speaking into that same microphone.
There's been a push to ignore public input and push it through over overwhelming objections. The June 1 planning meeting, Zoom didn't work. There were a lot of people who tried to call in and couldn't get in because Zoom was not working for them. Planning and zoning was aware of that. There was an invitation after that one for the meetings that's been talked about at Community Carroll Center.
It says James Pond representatives will be there. That's what we were invited to. No one was invited to meet with commissioners. No one was invited to meet with planning personnel with Rob Sherman, but they showed up. And since then, I've heard I've heard a dozen times that it was our fault for not showing up. Well, we were expecting to be given nothing but a sales presentation from Mr. Quinn. We were against the project. If we had known that there were county officials who were wanting to make an official county meeting, a lot of people would have come, just like if they could come here today, there would be a lot of people here. We had flyers that were sent along with that invitation. And the flyer to us residents was an insult to our intelligence by telling us that everything that we thought that we knew was a lie or misleading. Give me 1 second. I don't think that this was done in good faith. I think it was done to create cover so that they could say that they had a meeting. I did meet once with Mr. Lawrence Quinn. His answers didn't resolve any of the questions or the problems that I had. He said that we should be happy with this as a compromise because he could have prepared something like on Long Point and Hargrove off Old Waynesboro Road. Then we had the July 6th meeting when the first one was postponed to. At the July 6th meeting, John Clark had told me that I should request that zoning postpone this until we could have an in-person meeting and not under these COVID circumstances. And I promised that I would. So I called in the same way I did on the June meeting. None of the phone-in participants were able to speak. We were not acknowledged as being online, so I could not make that request. The next day I called zoning and it was admitted to me that had happened, that the phone-in got ignored, and I was apologized to for that. I asked did Rob Sherman know that happened, and I was told that he did. I did get to listen to that meeting, and I heard one of the zoning members say, quote, that I think that people signing the petition were told that it was for apartments. I think that's why so many people signed it. Well, that's an assumption that the people who signed it couldn't read the petition. It doesn't mention apartments. The phrase says we are opposed to the request for a special exception to establish dense housing here in an R1 one-family residential zone. I believe people knew what they were signing, and over 400 did. So here we are. We're denied an open meeting again in person by the commission, and perhaps we could have waited another month and packed this chamber. Only one person gets to speak for 400. You have a proposal in front of you that will create safety problems, and those have been spelled out for you before. There's sidewalks been talked about. The sidewalks are on the inside of the development. There's a business area set aside that was approved by zoning, but no one knows what this business will be. I've asked the question, what is that business? And it hasn't been filled yet. It hasn't been contracted. We don't know what the business will be.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
All right, your time has expired.
Can I have 30 more? Can I have 30 more seconds?
Okay, continue.
I was told the fence could keep the kids off the highway, but they can't keep them from walking out of the driveway. People will get run over on Highway 56. It's a dangerous area. There's many nuisances, and an open meeting is what the commission should have allowed for the residents.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, do you have any questions for commissioners? Do you have any questions for Mr. Robertson? All right, Commissioner from the 8th.
Actually, the question's not for Mr. Roberts. I actually have a question for Mr. Sherman.
Okay. Director Sherman, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Director Sherman, as this process has gone forward, you know, I guess to get started, when was this first put on the Planning and Zoning Commission agenda? When did the signs first go up on Brown Road?
I'm trying to hear what Mary is saying. This was originally to be heard during maybe April. And then it was postponed. It was postponed because of the virus. And then so we put the signs back up for the June meeting. And the planning commission decided that the applicant and the neighbors need to get together and discuss it. And I believe there were 2 or 3 dates when they had meetings. And then on the third date, there were 3 meetings at 4, 5, and 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
And how many people showed up to that meeting?
Well, for the third meeting, there were maybe 10, 12 people total. I don't think that there was a big turnout. Okay, so of the 400 signees on the petition, I'm not certain how many of those. It was maybe 6 or 7.
Is this property in a flood zone?
The property is in the 500-year floodplain, which is not regulated. On the north side of Brown Road is a floodplain, 100-year floodplain where there are regulations. The south of this property, there is a 100-year floodplain that cannot be encroached in, and that's at the edge of that fringe is where the retention pond will be. One of the conditions, and this has 7 conditions on it, on each of the zoning cases, it specifies that it has to be built above the finished floor, has to be above the highest adjacent grade in the 500-year floodplain where it's not studied. I can read that to you. Finished floor elevations of all residential structures shall be 3 feet above the base flood elevation or 3 feet above the highest adjacent grade, whichever is higher as found on the flood insurance rate maps.
Okay. And I've actually got a question for the developer, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
So I know that you've met with quite a few of the developers and others. I was at the meeting that, I got the same invitation that those that had signed the petition received. So I went to the meeting. When I saw the invitation, I invited Rob Sherman to come to help answer some questions. My question is, it seems the biggest misconception about this project is that the townhomes are apartments. I know most of the calls that I received, people are concerned that there are apartments coming to this. But even talking with the constituents out in that area, they are very concerned about the townhomes. So is there any way that this project can proceed forward without the townhomes being part of it if it's just single family homes?
No, sir, that would pretty much undermine the financial viability of the project. I can give you a little more background on how we got the townhomes if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay, so in 2010, there was basically a study paid for by the commission, $500,000 study, which basically described where in South Augusta you'd want to put nodes, specific nodes, residential, commercial nodes to help develop South Augusta and get the growth in the areas that you need it. The concept of the node is to take a small piece of property and to basically get the density strong enough in that one area, in that small area, to attract commerce, to give you rooftops, which will help the commerce survive and then give your area the future growth, sustain the growth that it needs. Up and down Brown Road, there are things that are needed that you don't find on Brown Road, and the commercial corner of Brown and 56 will give the constituents in that area what they need on a commercial basis. But to get the commercial there, you need the rooftops in the area. So the node concept is what the city of Augusta went with. In that node concept, it calls for 2,000 square foot lots and greater, a vast number of 2,000 square foot lots, actually. We only have 29, and those are our townhomes. Those are not apartments. Those are still single family dwellings. When you look at an apartment, it can look similar to a townhome. These townhomes all have garages and driveways, individual for each one. The value on these townhomes, low end is 170s. And then everything other than the townhome, which there are more of those, or 66 other lots, are at a minimum 4,000 square foot, and many are bigger. It's the townhome is, you know, you get pushback on smaller size density sometimes. People don't like the look of them. The reality is it's a single family dwelling. It's not an apartment. It's not a multifamily dwelling. It's not Section 8 housing, which is what a lot of people were told when they were asked to sign the petitions. And we've had a few different commissioners that have had phone calls from people that support the project, and were told that they're being asked to sign the petition based on someone telling them at their doorstep that it's for Section 8 housing. It's just the reality of the situation. There's a lot of misconceptions. We understand them. We held 4 meetings. One with my.
Josh, can I stop you right there?
Sure.
How big are these houses that we're talking about? The single family dwellings, how big are they?
On the townhome tracks, you're a standard 1,500 square foot home. On the other tracks, you're
Is that the minimum, or will that be what you're building?
No, that's a uniform for each one of the townhome sizes.
Okay.
What
about the homes?
The homes are a minimum of 2,500 square feet.
So if we put it in the stipulations that the homes cannot be smaller than 2,500 square feet, would you agree to that?
You're asking me to speak for the builder, which I'm fairly certain that is an accurate statement. I hate to speak for him and you know, kind of tie him down in that without me saying, you know, I said around 2,500, it may be 2,300 on one, or 2,400 depending on the floor plan. I don't know that. I'm just completely spitballing there, but we're looking at 2,500 square foot as the minimum, and there will be many that are bigger than that.
And, you know, like we saw in the previous agenda item, there were minimums put on the pricing for these. Would you agree to those? I don't know what your price point is so far. I've heard anywhere from 200 to 260.
Yeah, our lower end on the detached units is 200. That's the open price is 200 and then higher. So you're looking at low to mid 200s.
So we put in the minutes for this for part of the, you know, one of the things that you have to agree to, homes from 200 plus. You would be okay with that?
My only concern when I see that, if I'm honest, sir, is, you know, what if the market tanks tomorrow? I mean, if I build a house and I sell it for 200,000 and then the market tanks, like say something along COVID lines, and the same house is built right next to it, but I need to move it. It needs to be bought. I mean, it doesn't do any community good for the house to not be bought. If I have to short myself on the price, even though I haven't built a smaller home, I would hate to be locked into something that's saying that I have to sell that home for 200,000, where I could sell it to somebody else for 190, even though it's the same $200,000 home as the one next to it that was paid full price for.
I understand.
All right.
Okay.
Commissioner Garrett, anyone else? Commissioner Marion Williams, need to unmute your mic, sir.
How about that? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I thought I heard the gentleman just say that there was a study done that came back to say these are the type of homes built in that area. Was that accurate?
Yes, sir. 2010, Augusta Commission paid for a sustainable development package that absolutely does recommend these nodes. And this node, when we took on the design of this, we did confer with the city of Augusta, with the Economic Development Authority, the Housing Authority. I used to manage part of the engineering department. I used to be a state and federal regulator for the environment. Every aspect of this project has been done extremely responsibly and with a lot of due diligence and a lot of input from the city of Augusta, and based on a lot of information that the city of Augusta has paid a lot of money to get from third parties, of course, it's not from us.
Okay, thank you. That helped me a lot.
Yes,
all right, Commissioner John Clark.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Quinn, what is the square foot price of the homes that you're building?
It's a range of, hold on a second. I have to do some quick math for you, if you don't mind.
Okay.
At a minimum, on the smaller sizes, you'd be looking at $80 a square foot.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Commission. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Quinn? What's your pleasure here? Where do we want to go with this, Commission?
Wait, what you gonna do?
You know, I think this project is a you know, it is a step out of the comfort zone for my district, but I do understand that with the need for new housing, when I ran for office, one of the things that everybody kept asking was, when can we get different amenities out in our area, such as new commercial and hopefully a new grocery store. Grocery stores are few and far between in my district. You know, I still do not agree with the townhome part of this, but I do understand that, you know, townhome doesn't fit me, and it may not fit. There are people that do want to live in a townhome. They don't want the maintenance of a big yard. So I think this is a good fit other than the townhome. So I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second from Commissioner Sias. Ms. Bonner, let's go ahead and vote, please. Ms. Bonner?
I'm getting there, sir. I'm sorry.
All right.
Mr. Pro Tem.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Davis ready.
Okay, Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Commissioner Sias. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
and Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
Okay, that motion carries to approve items number 13, 14, and 15.
Thank you, sirs and ma'ams.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ms. Bonner, if we can go to agenda item number 52, please.
Number 52. Item number 52, Richmond County Sheriff's Office is requesting the repurpose funds from cash match that remains in Fund 220 to the 2020 budget account.
I'd like to tell
Mr.
them
Administrator, who's going to?
they need to do something out there, and we did the right thing by building something there. You're my neighbor, right?
And can we get that? Thank you. Administrator Sim?
Yes, sir. The Sheriff's Office is requesting to repurpose funds from cash match that remains in Fund 220 to the 2020 budget account. Finance is in agreement with this request from the Sheriff's Office of the $48,750 from account 220 fund move to the account 273-032110-5311110.
Okay. Commissioner Marion Williams.
Yes, sir. Can somebody tell me what cash match is and what's going to be done with the money?
Administrator Sims?
Yes, I think Tim is available as well, but
Okay.
cash match normally is when there's a grant and you are required to have a match for a grant. So they're basically indicating that they now rather have the cash match converted over to the 2020 budget account.
Yeah, but Mayor Pro Tem, can I continue?
Yes, sir.
If there was a match for a grant, the grant was for something. Wasn't the grant just to match the cash, I don't think. And if the cash was, the grant had a match to it, then it was the grant to do something with. What was that? And how much is that?
Commissioner, the Sheriff's Office is saying that the cash match for the proposed project is no longer needed, and they're simply requesting to return the funds to its origin.
Okay, but I still don't understand because I'm getting a limited amount of information. The cash match was for what? And now it's not being used because they don't need whatever that missing thing was. I'm asking the question as an elected official, what was the initial cash match for? I mean, we're gonna turn it back over to whoever gave it, I guess, so the sheriff is not using it, but what was it initially for in the beginning?
Administrator Sims, can Tim speak to this?
He can if he's available. He should be added to the meeting.
There he is. Tim, can you speak to Commissioner Williams' question?
I don't remember exactly what the grant was for, but the funds came from the Sheriff's Department to the Sheriff's Department's funds from the sale of firearms. So they moved that over to Fund 220, where we manage our cash, where our grants. Now that that program has ended, and I can find that out for you, sir. I don't know off the top of my head what the program was, but just moving the funds back to where they originated from.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we got Miss Veronica.
Yeah.
Freeman in the room.
Mad.
Mr. Pro Tem.
Give me just a second, Commissioner Bobby Williams. Ms. Freeman. Can you speak to Commissioner Marion Williams' question about the program, please?
Yes, sir. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Commissioner Williams. The funding was originally used for a GEMA fund grant that we had, but due to the specifications of the grant, we were not able to complete the grant. We submitted that information to the finance department. It was basically for a generator grant, but due to the specifications with that area being in a flood area, we're not able to utilize the funds. So we want to move the money to our 2020 budget account.
I think I heard what you said, but it's kind of low. You wasn't able to use the money for the flooding that you got the grant for. So now you want to move the money to your regular budget, but you still got the grant.
No, we do no longer have the grant. We turned in a letter to GEMA stating we cannot use the grant. As stated, we are in a flood area and they wanted the specifications basically for the generator to be on the ground. And due to our location, we cannot do that. So we want to use the funding that we had set aside for match funding for the 2020 account now.
Okay, and how much is that?
It is $48,750.
What was the total of the grant that we would have got if you had not been on the ground?
The original grant.
Okay, and how much is that?
Sit right in the book.
You there, Ms. Freeman?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I'm having some interference. What was that question, Commissioner Williams? I'm sorry.
I wanted to know the $48,000 that you put up for, that the sheriff department had to match the grant. How much would the grant have been had we got it? If we put up 48, was it another 48? Was it 158? I mean, what was the other?
The original grant, I don't have it in front of me right now, but it was a little over 300,000.
And we were supposed to put up 48 and we didn't get it, so we're gonna take the 48, put it back in this account, right?
Correct.
That's simple. That's easy. That's easy. I got no problem with that. But
so is that a motion to approve?
Well, no, I ain't make no motion. I said that's easy. I didn't say that motion.
All right, but, Commissioner Bobby Williams.
We make things complicated.
Commissioner Bobby Williams. I can't hear you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second from the Commissioner from District 2. Ms. Bonner, if we could please vote.
Clark? Is he muted? Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark, are you?
I'm here.
How are you voting? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Fenoy?
Yes.
Mr. Franum?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hassan?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sayers?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
Okay. That motion carries unanimously.
All right, Ms. Bonner, we're going to go to agenda item 53, please.
Yes, sir. Number 53 is discuss duties and responsibilities as it relates to the Augusta Richland County Code Enforcement Illegal Dumping Litter Division placed under the Marshal's Department.
All right. Commissioner Marion Williams, and then.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You got some backup in your material that I'm very disappointed about. This has been an ongoing situation with the cleanup of Augusta. We have been holding people back. We had the Marshal Department to take on this responsibility. We fund their monies for the extra duties to do that. And I'm very disappointed as it has not been done. In the previous years, in my 16th year as an elected official, I have not seen very much improvement. I remember when we went down to some of the inner city and we had a big gathering where everybody brought their equipment, we cleaned up and we did some stuff. One time, only one time, and the stuff is in a worse shape now than it was then. I'm disappointed in the taxpayer who paid for this service and don't get it. Today, just today, this morning, I rode out, just checking, just looking at the dump sites that we got around Augusta. Containers were being filled. I had to call Rob Sherman the other day. I think he called the marshal to talk to him about the containers on Laney Walker. When I Prime Street going through here, trash was all over the ground. And I appreciate the marshal going in and getting the stuff off the ground, but the container is still there. Somebody's not enforcing the law to the full extent. I asked for a report that I have not gotten yet. I want to know what have took place in the in the first 6 months of this year. How many citations? We say we can't find the people that own these homes, but the taxpayers are suffering. The taxpayers are really bleeding with the devastation of just cleaning up. And that's the easiest thing in the world. We hadn't arrested anybody. We hadn't caught anybody. We hadn't got anybody on camera. There's nothing that I've seen have been done yet. And I'm very upset about it. I think the community deserves better for the money we put. My question is, and I saw the marshal up here, what's the responsibility of the marshal to do the litter patrol, not just paper on Dean Bridge Road going to the landfill, all over this city? Can I get an answer for that?
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Williams. Marshal Lampkin.
Yes, sir. Can you repeat your question again, Commissioner Williams? Got a little background.
No problem. My question here to you is, what have been done since the first of this year about the devastation for his arresting somebody, catching somebody? We can't catch people for dumping tires. They dump tires in the same location every time. I haven't seen anything done with that. My question to you is, what's the responsibility to the marshal office to do on this assignment that the governing body gave to them with extended equipment, manpower, and automobiles? We have not gotten very far with that.
Commissioner, have you had a chance to look at the stats that my colonel sent out? And all that's laid out in there from 2016 to 2017 to 2018 and thus far this year, all the stats that we've done for the illegal dumping, everything we've done this far was emailed to the commission. Have you had a chance to look at those?
I looked at those and I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in what I see in those. I'm not talking about the stats. I'm talking about the actual work. Now, I called last meeting on Perry Avenue. I'm going between 11th Street and 12th Street on Perry Avenue. Was a third world country. And I wanted the marshal, even the sheriff to come in, drug activities. And I sit there with them, drug activities going on Perry Avenue, and the lady next door just literally in tears about every day, who told me that they're there every day at 2 o'clock. Had code enforcement come in, and I asked code enforcement, say, did you get the tag number? Well, they got a registered tag, I said, I'm not talking about what, did you get the tag number? Since then, we got trees that's cut down. We got the abandoned properties that's all on Perry Avenue and 11th Street right now. The grass, I won't call it grass, kudzu, is done covered this burnt house to the point you can't even see the house. You can't even see it. And it's 2 doors from the local church on the corner of Riceboro Road and 11th Street. The stench is so bad that you can't even walk down the street. There's just one location. Now, I'm talking about the whole city. I'm talking this one location that I'm talking about now. They really got my galls going because we put the money in the Marshall Department to handle this stuff and had not been handled. So I'm very disappointed. I seen the stats, but I ain't seen no arrests. I ain't seen no convictions. I hadn't seen anything. There are more tires on the street right now than there is in any tire company around in Augusta. But we paid for that, but we hadn't get that service. I don't think the taxpayer ought to suffer with that. So can your stats back that up?
Yes, sir. It can back what we're doing up. If you're looking at, we've more than had a 250% increase in activity for us when I took office. You look at the first year, if you just look at just the yearly stats, what we did, the first felony cases what we made for illegal dumping. I think my office has done a good job, and we've gone a long way to help clean up this city. Like I said, if you just take a look at some of the stats, what it just shows, 2016, before I took office, there was only 1,700 cases made total. 2017, my first year in office, 2,400 cases. My third year in office, 2018, 2,300 cases. My third year, 2019, we wrote 4,766 citations.
So Marshall, let me interrupt you here, Dan, because I don't want it to be coming between me and you. I'm really concerned about the neighborhood. But if your stats are what they say they are, why is the condition of the city in a worse shape than it is when you came in? If your stats now, wait a minute now, I don't do your job. I don't try to do your job. I got a responsibility. I ran for half of this city. I live in this city. I live in the hood, and I don't mind staying in the hood. But I got a problem when we can't get people to clean up. It's a serious issue when we can't go down the street and see the trash in the overgrown lots and we say we can't find nobody. When people are dumping tires and we hadn't arrested anybody, I put a call into the judge. I wanted to talk to the judge about it. Evidently, something is not working, Marshall Lampkin. I mean, your stats said one thing, but the community eyes see something else. We always gonna have some trash. I get that. How many dumpsters have your people? If I hadn't called the other day, and Rob Sherman ought to be around here somewhere, if I hadn't called him myself because I was embarrassed to go down Lane and Walker, stuff on top of the can. I mean, the dumpster, and just around it. It's all around it, and they move the stuff around it, but the dumpster is there. If you look at these pictures that we got, you'll see the same stuff. The houses on Perry Avenue right now got stuff in their front yard. I know, for instance, we go a lot of backyards. This is in the front yard of these streets. And
Mr. Williams, I'm respectful of what you're saying, and some of it I agree with, but I also think that you have to understand that we didn't have anyone out cleaning the city for 2 months, 3 months. I mean, this is uncharted waters where we didn't have any staff out doing anything. And
this
frankly,
is not about 2 months ago. This is about 16 years that I've been here. This ain't just
I'm not disagreeing you, but I think when you look at the stats that the marshal has had over in his 4 years, I mean, it's pretty impressive. And stats are facts. Stats are what the job. I mean, you're sitting here saying stats don't matter.
Stats is what's on paper. Stats ain't no facts. Show me the evidence. I want to see the proof in it. You can write anything you want to on a piece of paper. Okay. You can make the stats sound what you want the stats. Well, I don't know where you come from. Now you work with an organization know about stats. You can make them seem like you want to. I don't see the evidence.
Can I ask you that,
Ms.
please?
Funner, put this back on the agenda because I ain't through talking about it. We don't want to talk about it today. We'll talk about it next committee meeting, but we're going to talk about it because it don't make sense now. The community is being suffered because we ride by stuff and hadn't addressed it.
Can I speak to this, please?
Continue, Mr. Marshall Lampkin.
Mr. Commissioner, and I appreciate that. I know you're elected by half of the county, and I was elected by the whole county to do the job here. And if you look at the stats, what we're doing is not just looking at stats. We go out into the community, we talk to the people. And what you're hearing and what I'm hearing are two totally different things. And when we do our stats, we actually take pictures of when we go in and before and after. So you are welcome anytime to come to City Works and look at the stats and look at the pictures what we did instead of just us talking here on this floor, so you can see what we did actually with the evidence, sir.
March 11th, I want to see the stuff moved. I don't want to see no stats. I want to see the stuff. I want to see it cleaned up. Now, evidently, our fines, our penalty is not severe enough. Something is not working. I mean, you tell me your stats are accurate, but
yes,
the city still look the same. There's a miscommunication or breakdown somewhere. So I need to see something better than this. I need to see something all over the city. I tell you what, you ride with me, and you ain't the only marshal. Now hold it. Let me back up a minute. Representative Gloria Frazier told me what a good job Steve Smith was doing. I got in my car and carried in the hood and showed her some stuff, and she couldn't stand it. But on the outskirts, things look fine. But on the inner city where we let people get by with doing wrong, then that I think there's a problem with that.
All right, Commissioner, from the 9th, we appreciate that. I think, again, the marshal has been real clear about what his team has done. There's no question about that. As you've indicated, you know of some areas that are still not where we as a city need them to be or want them to be. And what I would counter with is that you've got an opportunity to work with and partner with our marshal, our code enforcement. There have been multiple start-stops in Riceboro Road area in several locations. You championed an effort 2 years ago where you talked about, let's go down and clean up Riceboro Road. And the marshal and his team, they came, they got involved. One day. What has happened is that there's an ongoing effort in the city to try to do as much good as possible. But what this commission has to do is to allocate direct resources to get after cleaning up this city holistically. And you say 16 years. Well, you got 5 months left to help champion something, to get after it, and to get after it in a pretty significant way using resources that we have available to you.
Mr. Mayor, how much money
do the commissioner from the 10th? I'm going to give you one more time, okay? One of the commissioner from the 10th.
Listen, we're going to, Madam Clerk, put it back on the agenda. I ain't got to go through this. If you don't want to talk about it today, we'll talk about every meeting we're going to have. Now, I'm trying to get some resolution to some stuff that's been going on for 16 years, and you kind of cut me off. So, Madam Clerk, put this back on the agenda to discuss the marshal department and the money we supply him with to do in code enforcement. He wasn't doing it before. This was not his agenda. But now we paying him, give him the resources to do that.
Commissioner,
receive that information.
We'll put it back on the agenda. We'll talk about it. But Madam Clerk, when we talk about it next time, I'm going to have an expectation that the commissioner from the 9th is going to bring some solutions to this conversation and not just another agenda.
I got a solution right now, Mr. Mayor. I got a solution right now. We need to take those funds and create our own department to clean this city up. It don't make sense for people to be dumped on like we've been letting them be dumped on. Because we ride by and say we don't know.
All right, let's move on.
All right, we're going to move on to the next item.
Somebody owns the property.
We'll receive this as information.
I'm not receiving anything. Now, y'all can move on. We're going to keep it on the agenda, though. We're going to talk about it the day of the next day.
All right. We appreciate it. Next item, Madam Clerk.
We skipped, let's see, item number 23.
Yes, ma'am.
To approve the master plan and memorial concept at Fleming Park to honor Melquan Robinson Jr.
All right, Administrator Sims.
I move to approve.
Commissioners,
I got a question.
Books, there's a motion to approve the master plan and memorial concept for the memorial for Melquan Robinson Jr. The dollar amount is listed also in the book. We also have scheduled a memorial date. I think it's July the 20th. I mean, I need to follow up with Ms. Bond on the date, but we also have a date that we have scheduled for this event. The plans are included here for you all's approval.
Not in the book.
I'll send it out.
Okay.
All right.
Funding is coming from also the SPLOST 7.
Okay. All right, we got a question from the commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you, to Administrator Sim. I just want to get something clear. When we talked about this one time, when the presentation was made to the commission, it was my understanding that this was a complete renovation of the park to new lights and green space and a walking track and all that. And when I see this agenda item, it says $1.5 million to honor Mayor Quan Robinson. I need a little clarification. Is this the renovation of the park? How we spending this? Can you clarify that for me?
I'll also have Mr. McDowell here to provide details regarding that matter. My understanding is for some safety improvements and lighting, but he can probably expound and provide more details if we can chime him in.
I want to see what the dollar amounts are related to each. Thank you. Thank God your mute button is on.
Yeah, we're in. Okay. Mr. McDowell, there's a question before you. If you can walk us through this proposal of what the commission is being asked to approve.
I didn't hear the question. Can you repeat the question, Commissioner?
Mr. Science.
I said, looking at this, when we first heard that presentation about the Fleming Park, my understanding was a kind of a walking track and new lights and everything out there, and a few other amenities to the park. And also was going to include this memorial, I guess, stone for and with a little cover bench reference Mayor Quan Robinson for that. I'm just trying to get a clarification there now when the agenda item is said basically, maybe not meant to be, but said $1.5 million for that honoring Mayor Quan Robinson in Fleming Park. I want to get an understanding of what's the dollar amounts related to all those issues per issue.
Right, Commissioner. As you may recall, the commissioners repurposed Parks and Recreation SPLOST dollars, I think last year, and part of that process, we had the Fleming Park project, and most of that project was to deal with some of the safety issues and concerns at that particular park site. But as part of the Mayor Quan Robinson settlement, part of that settlement called for some sort of memorial in honor of Mayor Quan Robinson. So we consolidated that settlement that we had to do in this particular park area, and also the safety improvement to this particular park area. We had $1 million allocated for this particular project, and then we're utilizing an additional 500,000 from our safety and lights upgrade also line item that we have. This is the concept that we're asking the commissioners to approve so we can move forward with the construction phase of the project.
So are you able to separate out the money for the park versus the memorial?
Not now, only because we're in the conceptual phase. We won't really get to that point until we start the construction side of it to know exactly what each item would cost per se. And that's part of just approving the concept so we can move forward to that phase 2 with the architect to go ahead and do the design and then go out for construction. And at that point, we'll be able to line item each item in terms of what the cost associated with.
Will that come back to us?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Okay.
All right. I'm going to stay right there where you are, Commissioner, because I'm concerned. And again, with all deference to staff for the work that they put into bringing a concept back, one of the great challenges that we have and have had is that we made a commitment as a body to remedy the park situation, particularly those safety concerns. And I'm not hearing anything as it relates to that, which was priority number one. To date, if what I'm hearing is complete, that we don't have a plan of how we're addressing the lighting and or the safety challenges that were associated with Fleming Park, such that we could resume, if we were able to do it. Obviously because of COVID, we're not, but if we were able to resume sports, we have not been able to do that because of the concerns around lighting and access to the park, et cetera. So you've got a community of interest that has not had access to this facility and others that were like it, because we have not been told that those safety issues were resolved. So I need you to speak to that, Mr. McDowell, before we proceed with this conceptual plan around what effectively, if I look at this, is transitioning a substantial amount of this park into green space.
Right, and Mr. Mayor, the scope of this project is to address the safety issues and concerns. That was the catalyst behind this project. You're right in terms of we will have some open green space in this particular area, but the fencing comes down. We're gonna put in a walking trail that will have lights around that walking trail. We're taking up all of that old electrical stuff that was there prior to this project. So the base of this project and the scope of this project is to address the safety issues and concerns. But a part of that, we're addressing also the settlement that was agreed upon by the commissioners and the family, and we had to memorialize Mr. Robinson. And so we're doing that in concert with the safety improvements at this particular site.
To that end, then, I'm of the opinion that, again, consistent with the commission from before, is that while we may be reviewing this, I don't know if we should approve anything until we have that information to support this, particularly in light of the fact that that dollar amount may exceed 1.5 million or whatever that number is, because of one, how old and degraded those facilities were. And again, there's a tremendous amount of new costs associated with lighting at fields now. And I'd hate for it to be premature. I also don't see anything, because the last conversation that I remember is that we had moved in haste to rename the streets. And that was also part of this overall effort to memorialize and or name something for the late Melquan Robinson Jr. All of which I support, but I think we need the comprehensive package as opposed to necessarily piecemealing it. And if you all disagree with that, I'm okay with that. But I thought that was what we were intending on working towards.
The renaming of the street, Mr. Mayor, is a separate item from the project itself. We've already scheduled for the renaming of the street on July the 27th at 10 a.m. I think that information had been disseminated from the administrator to the clerk's office to be disseminated to the elected body. So we've already planned the renaming ceremony, if you will, for July 27th at 10 a.m. This project, as you know, this is just the conceptual phase of it. You won't know exactly line item costs until you get to the construction side of it. Again, we established the budget based on what was allocated by the commissioners for this particular project. Now, once you establish a budget for a project, you develop the conceptual, and then you move on to the design phase and construction phase. And at that point, when you're back ready to bid the project out, at that point, you really know hard numbers as to what's going to cost what, and if we have enough money allocated in particular budget that we have for this project, or if we would have to come back and ask for additional resources. But this is just the conceptual phase of it. We're not going to have construction documents until we get to phase 2.
Yeah, and I'm not looking for construction documents. Just again, I know how many foot candles a particular light provides. I'm gonna let it go. I just think that there's more information that's needed. I'm going to the commissioner from the 9th and then the 10th. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, I thought we had already done some things for the late Mayor Quan Robinson as far as the naming of the street, maybe not officially, but we had that done. There's some other thing that we dealt with his family on, but if we approve something where the capture is now, I think we'll be getting ahead of ourselves and not knowing what we're really approving. I'm in support, but like you just said, the safety issue about the park have not been addressed yet. So if we put everything in here with that amount and then don't have the rest of the money, then what happens? So I think we got to be careful about just stamping stuff and saying, okay, we're going to approve it. We got to make sure that we got those particular things in order in the right places. So I'm like you, I support the effort, naming of the street and everything else that goes with that. But I think we need to be sure that we taking care of the safety issues of that park before we do anything else.
Mr. Commissioner, if I may respond, that is the scope of the project. That is the scope of the conceptual, what we're asking for. The memorial for Mr. Robinson is just a component of that. That's not the primary focus of the project. That's just a component of it that we're bound by the settlement to do. So
okay, but if I can respond, Mr. Administrator, today, the way this topic is read, in my mind, that we gonna do something totally different from what we just said. And that's the way I read the caption now. Maybe like the rest of y'all know it all. I'm trying to figure it out, but I ain't got no problem talking about it. If that's the case, I think it need to be plain as the nose on your face as to what it ought to be versus assuming that it's plain. So yeah. I think the wording need to be better than what it is now. But when I saw it, I thought that was just about memorializing and doing stuff that we agreed to for him. Not about the safety issue when I saw it.
Right, it's a diagram in your agenda package that outlines it. On the left, you would see the improvements to the park area itself. And then on the right, you will see the memorial that represents the memorial for Mr. Robinson.
What does the caption read?
Motion to approve the master plan and memorial concept at Fleming Park to honor Melquan Robinson Jr.
To honor Melquan Robinson Jr. That's right. And I ain't got no problem honoring him. But that tells me that the caption is about that. Now, one word from my legal counsel will tell you it will get you killed. One word. So we need to make sure that we dot the I's and cross the T. I'm not against any of this, but one word, a lawyer will walk in and make this city flip upside down if you ain't dotted your I's and cross your T. That's all I'm saying.
All right. I think this is going to raise a series of questions. Commissioner from the 9th, let me get a couple of others in here and we're gonna come back to it because these are all relevant. Once again, to Administrator Sims, Deputy Administrator McDowell, thank you for bringing this forward, but this is an important site beyond the memorialization of this young man. For those of us who've lived on the south side of town, this has been the go-to place. And if I look at what's here, and I know the commissioner, because he spent more time over here than I did, is going to talk to this, but this is a complete repurposing of what we once known as Burning Water. All right, Commissioner, to the 10th and then the 6th.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The thing that I would like to say is when we're talking about safety with our parks and our facilities like this, what led us to this was faulty wiring. And I would like to see the Parks and Recreation and us move toward solar lighting so that we do away with the electrical part of it. And it's just straight solar power lighting. And I think that that's the best way that we could go. It'll pay for itself with the cost savings of electricity. And so we'll have, two things going for us there. We'll have safety with solar lighting, and we'll have a savings. So I would like to see that explored with the Parks and Recreations. Thank you.
Mr. from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. McDowell.
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. McDowell there?
Yes, sir. He's here.
Yeah. From the master plan perspective, I'm assuming that's the grounds out there. Is there anything you're planning to do in the long run other than what we got here on these captions from the blueprints in the back? Or that's all that's going to be done at the park going forward?
Well, going forward, keep in mind, the original allocation by the commission was $1 million for the improvements of this entire area over here. Now we'll be asking for some additional resources with SPLOST 8 to further the development, but we only had $1 million allocation that was authorized and approved by this body when we repurposed SPLOST dollars back last year. We've added an additional $500,000 to this particular project because we know that it's going to far exceed the $1 million as we do address those safety issues surrounding the lights and installing new lights and new electrical. So we upped the project budget by $1.5 million just so we have some cushion or some room to maneuver in terms of making a viable project, as well as honoring our commitment to the Robinson family.
Let me ask you this then. And I apologize. So let's go to SPLOST 8 for a moment.
Okay.
Are you going to ask for money for the facility in SPLOST 8? Or are you asking for more money on the grounds?
A combination. Primarily the facility itself, because it does need upgrading, but as well as the entire corridor over in that particular area.
Okay, so let me ask you one more thing. Is the name Mayor Quan Robinson, is that still up there, or did y'all take it down?
It's down until the July the 27th memorial, where we will officially have the renaming ceremony for that particular road over there.
Okay, so that means so it was there for a while, and then when the commission got whiff of it, it was taken down. That probably did before your time. Okay, and how long do you foresee for you do just what you got on paper here? How long, in a perfect world, how long for you actually this comes to reality what you got here?
Okay, so if we can get through the conceptual, which is what we're asking for today, then we get to the construction phase, which that's what the designs, that's when we start seeing hard numbers, and that's when we start having construction documents. So that are going to take us at least 5 to 6 weeks. Then you go through your procurement process to bid out for construction, probably another 8 weeks. And so I say this project will probably let early spring next year, and private construction start probably summer of next year.
Yeah, because myself personally, even if you stuck with this, and obviously some of my colleagues, I don't disagree, have problems with what we're looking at here. But even if you stuck with what you got here, I just keep the street naming until that particular time, because if you had it at one time, you took it down, and almost don't have any real value from the point of announcing it now, because we've done nothing else all this time in that area. You know, I'd almost see you would put the name back up and stuff like that. I mean, so just calling it out next Monday to do the name, not that the name shouldn't be up there, but look like we've been through that before to some degree. So it's almost like you're making it like it shouldn't have the value that it has. It's not, just catch you off guard, because if you hadn't said that, wouldn't even know that.
All right, I don't know if the commissioner from the 9th has his hand back up, but I'm going to ask Mr. McDowell. I want to ask you a couple of other questions, not to belabor, but unfortunately that's where I am. If I take a look at this conceptual plan here today, is it not true that before I go on that page, where are the ball fields at that we see and know today? Where are they in relationship to your master plan?
As you well know, Mr. Mayor, in this design, in this concept, this open area can be conducive to a ball field that's almost like a grass infield, as well as it could be utilized for a soccer field, you name it. The fence are going away. You adding a walking trail around it. So the baseball field or component of it is not part of this. It's pretty much a multi-purpose open area play there. We don't really have the resources for this to go back as a traditional baseball field. We had talked about it early on in the project, but the scoring tower alone would cost us well over $600,000 to construct. So we just don't have the budget there to do all that you would probably like to see in that particular area. But that doesn't say that we can't come back later if the commission so desire and to move in that vein. But keep in mind, we only had $1 million allocated for this project.
I'm going to take an approach that, again, I'm going to ask my colleagues to join me in this, is that we table this for further discussion. I'm thinking about this park, what it has meant to the community. I grew up on this side of town. Not too terrible long ago. I know y'all see all of the white hair, but at the end of the day, this is, for many people, right there adjacent to Jeff Maxwell Library. This is the park where Commissioner from the 5th, where many of his players got their start at, whether it was football or baseball and even basketball. And for us to go in a completely different trajectory, I'm not sure that's with the community's best interest at mind. And again, I defer to my colleagues here, but knowing the community, knowing not just the students at Butler, but Glen Hills and those areas, this is where we all congregated at. I hit some of my biggest shots from a basketball standpoint right there at Bernie Ward. If you don't believe it, ask Darryl Bennett. He will tell you. And so at the end of the day, this is a very important resource that we have in the community, and it's been a long-standing one. And if we take this approach, I think we further take a step towards removing the fabric of the community that is long held there and is still needed today.
Okay, let's go to second.
I'll pause there. All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with you. Make sure. I agree with you 100%. I mean, we don't need to belabor this, but Bernie Ward has been neglected in a lot of different ways over a period of time. We just know that the swing set that just moved in the last year was there when they built the building. So there's a lot of need in that area for sure. So we need to make sure that we do this right when we do it. Not that it's any worse or any better than any other part, but we need to make sure, because the young man lost his life, that we make it eye-appealing and something that the city of Augusta will be proud of.
Receive his information. Let's go.
Second.
We got to go ahead.
All right, we're going to receive it. We'll receive it as information. Madam Clerk, we'll have a follow-up. We talked about a number of items that we're going to continue to discuss. This will be one of those that are at the priority because it's important. Okay?
All right.
All right. Mr. McDowell, thank you. Administrator Sims, thank you both. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Fenoy, are you ready for item 9? We still have the planning department waiting for that item. Is he ready, Mr. Mayor?
He walking down the hall. Somebody stop that mass meeting. Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready to address item number 9 now?
I am.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I had talked to Reverend Thomas, and I talked to Tim Wilson, and both said that they have not had a meeting with the developers. A meeting was scheduled, but because of a death and because of the COVID virus, that meeting was canceled. And that they would like to have a meeting before they move forward to address some concerns that they may have.
Make a motion to postpone for 30 days.
Second.
All right, voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, Mr. Fenoy, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Sure.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sayas, Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Sayas out and Mr. Marion Williams voting no. Next item will be item 24.
Madam Clerk, let's go to number 25.
Let's go to 25, discuss city marina lease agreement.
Yeah.
Yes,
Mr. Mayor, what number was that?
And number 25.
Thank you.
Administrator Sims.
I put it on there, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay. All right, Commissioner from the 6th.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
No, it's 6 o'clock.
Okay, they're on your. Oh, you're not Marina.
They okay, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, I put this on the agenda because about really 2.5 weeks ago now, there was an email that went out that a boat had actually sunk down there at the marina. And with that being said, as I began to, the fire department went down and looked at the boat to make sure there was nobody, no body was on the boat. From there, I began to look around and try to find out who was going to be responsible for getting the boat up. And ultimately, I ended up talking with the administrator's office and talked to Deputy McDowell. And he sent me some information from the marina operator because I thought the marina operator would have some liability here or the owner of the boat. But at the same time, the marina operator will have some sense of proof of insurance or what have you on that particular boat owner. Mr. Mayor, Ms. Bonner got a short email that I got from Deputy McDowell. I'd like her to read to the commission if you don't mind, before I proceed on. There's a short email.
Is it, Madam Clerk, is it included in our notebooks?
No, sir, he just handed it to me. It's about a paragraph. I can.
Okay.
Okay.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor.
This is insurance at the marina. Our procedures for boat owners having liability insurance is as follows. When a boat owner asks to be A, B, or C docked, we give them a copy of the lease and also a copy of our rules and regulations. In the lease first paragraph in rules and regulation, page 2, item 12, it states dock liability insurance is required. After going over these with the boat owner, he asked that.
Mr. Mayor, hold up.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay. After going over these with the boat owner, we asked that proof of insurance be provided. We will normally give 30 days to comply. Before we renew a lease, we also ask for current proof of insurance. If during the year we receive a notice from the insurance company that the policy has elapsed, we ask for a new proof of insurance. At the present time, around 10 boats owners have no current proof. 8 have responded and will be bringing in a letter of proof. They have stated they have insurance, but we don't have a current card. We will give them 30 days to comply.
Ms. Bonner, you can stop right there if you don't mind.
Okay.
Ms. Mayor, my point of thinking, Ms. Bonner, my point is that this is the marina operator who we have a contract with, that the warehouse and the marina, and 10 people, like they say, they don't have no insurance. 8 they wait to give them 2 days. So over 50% of their people down there, they have no evidence that there's no proof of insurance there. We still may have a sunken boat down there by the boathouse in the middle out there that could hurt somebody who's passing by because it's out of sight. Much of the debris has floated upstream towards Lock and Dam, and nobody knows who's in charge. So my thing, we're right at the point of this marina operator in terms of for renewal or what have you. And I like for the administrator's office to bring back a recommendation to us, because this what Ms. Bonner just read is from the marina operator, who in essence, in my mind, is out of compliance with the contract they have with us. And this contract should be expiring or something in a few days. And so they need to bring back, for me personally, I see almost we need to cancel it because they're not doing their job. And then, and so as a result of that, there's some other things came to light, which are probably about the marshal's office that I want to talk about. But I'll save that and reach out to the marshal and try to get some understanding around some of those things as well. But I think this puts us in harm's way, Mr. Mayor. I think ultimately we're going to be responsible. We got a sunken boat. We need to decide, are we going to go ahead and pay and try to get our money back from the marina operator? Because there may be a boat out there because somebody can get hurt. And that's where we currently are at this particular time. And so my colleagues, I'm asking, do you want for them to bring a recommendation back at the next meeting, or do we want to take action? But in between that time, the marina operator, the insurance could be possibly done last. I think it comes up on the 24th.
Commissioner from the 4th.
Sir, I'd like to ask my colleague a question there from the 6th, and if not, maybe the administrator. Has the location of the boat been marked and designated so that with a marker, a buoy, or a light, or some kind of marker indicate where it's sunk at?
Let me answer that, Mr. Mayor. As I understand it, when the boat first was leaning and the boat sunk, the Chief James dive team went to make sure nobody was on there. They took and secured the boat back. And we had a high tide of rain to come through a few days later, and it walked through it and the boat sunk. So where it is now at this particular time, I currently don't know, but much of the debris did float upstream because I had some pictures, and they could look at the rooftop of the boat that went downstream, but the base of the boat is sunk down by the boathouse.
Well, I just think one of the most immediate concerns that we should have somebody do is locate that boat and then kind of go from there about getting it out of the river. But I think in marking, I think in my mind, that will be the most immediate thing we need to do.
And I don't have a problem with that because I do think it need comes up, but who we put the cost to, and we come and try to get reimbursed. But I definitely think our marina operator, if this is what he's doing, I think we should not be doing business with him because they're not a contract.
I would suggest we task the administrator's office to handle that, whether they delegate it, do however they do it, but to get the boat marked and then come up, get a procedure to get it out of the river.
Well, truth be told, I think the administrator's office should have done that already, but if they haven't, they definitely need to do it.
Now they'll have a guidance from us. Mr. Sims, are you okay with that?
Yes, we are okay on it. Deputy Administrator McDowell has been intimately involved with it, and he can kind of speak a little bit more about this.
Yeah, I just really wants to just say, hey, I put in form of motion that we have the administrator's office locate the boat, have it marked, have the administrator's office get the boat located, marked, and then come up with a plan to remove it from the river. That's a motion.
Let me ask you one thing about that motion. When you say mark it, do you mean for them to go ahead and get it up once they mark it? So they have to come back and say, well, do you want us to get it up?
Well, you got to get a plan to get it up.
Commissioners, I think we've got clear direction about what needs to happen. Let me go to the commissioner from the 9th, and the administrator again has got a task, and we'll report back to the full commission. Commissioner from the 9th, state your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, if the fire chief pulled the boat up, marked the boat, they should have brought it in. They should have tied it off. I don't see how it get lost back in the bottom again if they brought it to the dock. That's the first thing. Second thing is, along the lines of the guy who's running the arena, is young man came to me about starting a jet ski, doing jet skis on the river. And this may be not related and may be related, but he wants to get a license, a partnership that the same other entities have. So I'm gonna ask the clerk to put that on the next agenda, since it's not on the agenda today, to approve someone who got insurance, who's in business, to rent jet skis on the river and have the same opportunity for the same price that the other vendors are doing with our current boat dock. So that's a request for the clerk.
Okay.
Got a motion?
Okay, we got this motion.
All right, we got a motion.
Okay. Task the administrator with, to locate and mark the boat and develop a plan for its removal.
As well as bring back information about this marine operator, what they're gonna do with this contract.
Okay, for the administrator to bring back a recommendation on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Voting.
Mr. Clark,
No.
Ms. Davis,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Fenoy, you're muted.
Yes.
Mr. Phantom,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sayas,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yeah.
Mr. Marion Williams.
I'm gonna buy a sleep too, Dennis.
Mr. Marion Williams? Yes.
Everybody talking, but you ain't talking to me. Everybody talking now. Yes, I'm with you.
Okay, that motion carries with Mr. Clark and Ms. Davis voting no.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
24, yes, sir.
Let's take a stab at it again. Commissioner from the 9th, he's offering birthday gifts again. So let's see if we can do the following. Item number 24.
I got a problem with that.
All right. Oh my Lord. Okay, you got a problem with that. Item number 36, 37,
37, or what are you doing? You doing the consent here or?
Yes.
Okay.
36, 37.
Yeah. 38.
38.
39.
Dennis, did you say 39?
Now we considered the 30s.
Yeah,
we have.
I don't remember 36, 37, and 38.
No, he stopped. Commissioner Williams.
Right.
Where did we stop at, Ms. Bonner?
At 32?
No, we didn't.
Huh?
No,
We
I had-
considered 33 through 41 and deleted 42.
that's right. That's
Yeah,
what
we
I-
went past that.
Yeah.
He went up in the 60s.
Okay, I remember those parts then.
I don't think he done 39 though.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
We could just do 24 while we're
All right,
talking
so
about it.
39.
39 was on there too.
Oh, you did? Okay. I missed
Yeah,
it.
we were past the 40s when that's why Commissioner from the 5th said we had got through the meat.
Numbers
Okay.
are hard.
Yeah, he was up in the 60s.
Yeah.
Well, what my age got to do with this?
Hey, you look it too.
Wow, that was a low blow.
That's the only ones Bobby can take. He's short.
All right, so-
24 and 30.
Madam Clerk,
24 and 30.
Madam Clerk, number 24 was not on the consent agenda. There were questions about that one. And number 39, I do not remember that being on the consent agenda.
No, sir, I didn't have it. I didn't.
Right.
The
was
only
not-
one Mayor, I
Okay.
think the only one I pulled out that was 42. I had requested the other one. Maybe we
Okay.
didn't do it, but I know I requested them.
24, 39,
30.
Are we doing 39, 40,
number 30,
Yeah.
40
30.
already? Okay.
number 4 was already consented. Number 40 was consented already.
It's time.
And what about 43?
43, we should consent.
Yeah, okay.
Did we do, okay, 41 had already been.
Right, 41 had already been.
And
So 40, let's,
deleted.
so right now, Madam Clerk, I got 24, 30, 39, 43.
Not 43, Mr. Mayor.
We're not
No,
considering
not 24 either.
Just go down the list.
All right, so
Wait a minute, we got 24 is.
all right, 46.
I beg your pardon, sir?
So 43, 46.
43,
We
40.
didn't consent 46.
47.
Didn't you say something, Mary, about 43 or 46?
No, I said,
Okay, 40.
I don't approve consenting number 43.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so what are you doing with 46? You're consenting that, Mr. Mayor?
No, I'm just going down the list. So
Oh.
43, 46, and 47, we will debate those matters.
24.
44.
44 was deleted.
44 is deleted.
Yeah, 24, he said. He's going back to 24. He's stuck on 24.
Who deleted 24? Did I miss that?
No, 44.
That was the work session. You all, it was by, without objection to have a work session. No, it wasn't.
All right.
So,
Number 48 is still under debate.
yes,
Number 51 is still under debate.
yes.
What number was that, Mr. Mayor?
Number 51.
51, thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Address 52.
yeah. So I'm down now to 55, 56,
57,
57,
60. There was some.
You're right, Ms. Barnes.
About 60
60,
and 67,
There you go. That's where we stopped the consent right there.
69,
67,
68, and 69.
Can't consent 68. That was an issue with that one.
right. Yeah, so,
Well, 68, that was the new, 68 has become item number 2 on the addendum agenda. It's a replacement of item 68. It's
Okay.
number 2. I'm sorry, number, on the, it's a revision on the addendum agenda for the one on the current agenda. 68,
All right, that's great. Thank you.
okay? So do we want to consent, the item on the consent, the revision?
Madam Clerk, let's do this right here. Give me just 1 second, and hopefully it will please the commission with this next request. Okay. Okay. Madam Clerk, the items for consent are item 39 and 30. Item 30, item 39, if we can consent those two, item number 30, item 39.
30 is already consented.
Okay, all right, 39 without objection.
You're what now?
Item number 39 without objection.
39.
Oh, that was already.
Okay. Yeah, that was in your group.
Okay, I just don't remember that. So item 30 and 39 were already in our group is what you're saying.
Well, yeah, what we're saying is when you started over, you went with item 36, 37, 30, and 39, because I didn't have it either. Then we're doing 46, 47.
All right, Madam Clerk, let me tell you what I'm thinking right now. So what we just heard is item number 30 was already consented. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sir, yes, sir.
All right. Item number 39, we're saying consent that now.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we're going to consent number 39 without objection. All right. Without objection, Madam Clerk. Now that brings us.
Wait a minute. 39, you're gonna do what without objection?
We're going to consent item number 37.
Well, does that mean approve or just consenting it, putting it on the consent agenda you're formulating?
That we're trying to formulate.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
Don't be. I mean, all right. So we'll take number 39. Do we have a motion to approve this item?
Yes.
All right. Without objection.
Well, why don't we get it? Okay, we're gonna put item 39 on there.
All right. Item 39. Motion
We
to
need
approve.
to vote on it.
Without objection.
Okay, we're gonna put 39 on this vote here. Now give me a few more and then we'll.
Well, I'm not sure you're gonna get a few more. But that's why I wanted to dispose of that one first. All right, so without objection, item number 39, motion to approve.
Well, could you not, I mean.
So 37, Mr. Mayor, is the same as 34, just different wording because it came in different times.
Yeah, but what I heard is that item 36, 37, and 38 were already on the consent agenda.
They were.
They were
I
not
don't know if
listed
Ms.
on the,
Bonner got it, but they were. I requested.
it was not what Ms. Bonner read off.
That's exactly what I was referring to, Attorney Brown, that I didn't remember that either.
Okay, let's put 36, 39, 36, 37, 38, and on a vote, Mr. Mayor. Then we can dispose of those right quick here now.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do. 36 through
Okay.
39, motion to approve.
39, we got a
So
motion?
moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Who was that?
I'm gonna let this slide. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna try to put a pin in there too. I ain't sitting here sleep like a lot of folks been asleep all day. I've been awake. I'm doing my job. Now I'm gonna let this go now. I want you to know that. I'm gonna let this slide.
All right,
Oh,
Commissioner.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. I thought you were in on this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he is on it. He's trying to buy you a birthday gift now.
Well, no, I'm letting you know I ain't stupid. I see what's going on. We stopped it. Now y'all gonna go back and do the same again, like you do a child when he got tired. I ain't no child. I got a child mind.
All right, I got you. All right, Madam Clerk, item 36 through 39, motion to approve. Commissioner from the 6th is who gave the second.
Oh, good. Okay, Mr. Clark,
Y'all wore me down, yes.
Mr. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams. Okay,
Yeah.
we're done with those.
Good job.
Okay,
All right, Madam Clerk, now that brings me to the following. We're going to debate number 24,
okay.
which would then take us down to 43. We can debate that one. 43.
46, and that's
46, we'll debate that one.
Can we get the debating on?
Yeah. Well, I got, all right, and then 47, and what I'd like to do with 48, 51, 55. So we'll debate 24, 43, 46, and 47. The remaining items will move to the next commission agenda.
Hold on. Oh.
So we're moving forward 48, 53,
51.
51.
53, we've already, yes, right.
5, 56, 57, 60,
67,
67,
68,
69,
73,
73, 74.
5, 6, and 7.
Wait a minute. What did you say about 68?
All right, I'll come back to you. Hold on, Commissioner.
Oh,
So, Madam Clerk,
hey, wait a minute.
74, 75, 76, 77, 78, and 80 will move forward to the next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, what about 73? What about 73?
Let's go ahead and approve that one.
Make a motion to approve 73.
All right, so let's take it. All right, hold on a minute. Let's make sure we got these items for debate. Madam Clerk, you got the debated items. Okay? All right, I got them. 24, 43, 46, and 47, we will debate.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I think number 77, are we coming back in the chamber in 2 weeks?
No.
Okay, well then we got to make a motion or something on 77.
Well, but I think that can be done. We can handle committee meetings through Zoom, just like every other city's doing, and we can take action on that one as well.
And
we just simply move
57
forward. We're doing those meetings through
sensitive.
Zoom.
We need to go ahead and do 57 as well. It's time sensitive.
Okay, yep, that is time sensitive. All right, so I've got 57, 73, 67,
77.
68, and 69, Madam Clerk, for approval. I'll go through that again.
Okay.
67, 68, 69, 57, and 73 for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, Mr.
Hey,
Clark.
before we start, just for reference, Ms. Bonner,
Yes,
we was
sir.
approving 68 with the updated version, okay, correct?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
That's on the addendum agenda.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Noy,
Yes.
Mr. Freeman,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes,
Marion Williams, was that a week? Yes.
there's a week, yes.
Okay. It's unanimous.
Madam Clerk, all right. I'm back at you now. Let's go to item number 77.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. from the 5th, Section Choir.
without a whole lot of talk, with every time I look up, we're coming back talking about this date. I'm just gonna say January 1. Because we're moving now, you're gonna probably see October, if something happens in October, you wanna move it back. Again, So I'm saying January 1 should be the date we come back in the chamber. Oh,
But that ain't what the item is about, though.
what does it say?
So let me speak to the caption on this right here. This was discussed the resumption of committee and commission meetings and in August 2020 via Zoom. To do it via Zoom, that again, there's a lot of debate that's happening. Today is a perfect example of, had there been some pre-discussion, prayerfully, we wouldn't be here until 6 o'clock, almost 7 o'clock now at this point. And so we resume our previous commission calendar with committee meetings on the 2nd and 4th via Zoom, utilizing technology, and our commission meetings on the 1st and 3rd. That's what this proposal is.
Okay, are we going, well, the committee's the second and last Tuesdays. Are we still gonna do that?
Well, that's why I said 2nd and 4th, Madam Clerk.
Sir?
That's why I said 2nd and 4th.
It's second and last.
It's second and last Tuesdays of the month.
Okay, 2nd and last Tuesday.
So
Move to approve.
Claire.
All right, Commissioner from the 5th, State Your Inquiry.
Well, I just want to tell Ms. Bonner, put that on the agenda, the next agenda, to move the date back for resuming meetings in the commission chamber.
Well, why don't we address that while we're here? I think this subject matter is germane for us to talk about that as well.
Okay.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Clarity, are we going back to legal on committees, or are we going to do legal on commission if we're going back to the regular schedule?
I'm open to either suggestion.
Do it on the committee dates.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I'm just.
Yes,
Okay,
we just Zoom.
I'm
We
okay
just
with that
Zoom.
as well.
Yeah.
All right, so we will resume our normal committee and commission meeting schedules to include executive session on the day previously determined. And now the question before us is the issue of when do we return to the chamber?
We don't even need to address that.
Mr. Mayor,
All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
whatever day we address that, we gotta remember that the other committees, planning and zoning, anybody else gonna have to have the same opportunities to do at the same time. No sense not saying we're not coming back and have them to come back. So whatever we set, let's make sure that they understand it's gonna be everybody. As far as meeting concerned.
Well, I guess to that end, let's address the matter that's in front of us, and that is motion to approve resuming committee and commission meetings along with legal on the prescribed date.
So move.
Effective date, August 2nd?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, who seconded that? I'm sorry, I didn't.
That was a week second.
Oh, that was you, okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Branham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan, Mr.
Muted.
Sark, Mr. Hassan, yes? Mr.
He's
Sark,
muted.
He muted? Oh,
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
okay, Mr. Syed,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Robbie Williams,
Yeah, I mean.
Yes, ma'am.
Last week and this week.
Yes.
Mr.
Hold on a
Marion,
minute.
it's
The mayor, we can hear you.
unanimous.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, can I get a point of personal privilege?
Go ahead, Commissioner Fenoy.
Okay, what has been brought to my attention is that some departments, due to the virus and the number of people that have contracted the virus in their department, have shut their department down. And I think that we as commissioners need to know what departments are not operating, and we need to get that information to all of the departments. And that's not something that's not happening, and I think it's something that needs to happen.
Administrator Sims, you want to speak to that?
Yes, Commissioners, that's not true. There was one department that needed to be cleaned on Monday, and that department continued to provide services. They worked remote. However, Tuesday, that department today is back. No other departments have shut down. Recreation and Parks had a positive testing there, and they are altering the services there. But as far as Recreation and Parks, we were only limiting the types of services that we were offering at those locations anyway. But as far as shutting down, it's not necessarily shutting down of services. Some of the departments work remotely, which you all did approve in our continuity of operational plans. HR, as I indicated, was the department that on this past Monday had cleaning services, but they returned back to full services today, and they have their team working in conjunction with teleworking as well as being in the office.
Okay.
May I respond to that?
Yes, sir.
And I might have used the wrong terminology, but from what I understand, and this may be wrong information, but the clerk of court, her office was closed down for a number of days. The probate court, they were closed down for a couple of days. And I think that, I mean, I know they are elected officials, but if they're going to shut the offices down, and I understand that procurement might have been temporarily shut down for a day or two. But what I'm saying is that I think this is something that we need to know.
Yeah.
Commissioners, if I may add additional information, as we know, the virus is ongoing, and as soon as we get notification of presumptive cases, we are immediately responding. So we are making you all aware once we find out certain things. I am planning on providing a update like I have in the past regarding our operations.
Thank you, sir.
I would appreciate that too, Administrator. I mean, I got reached out to the media this week. I didn't even know that we were shutting down Parks and Rec for 2 weeks. Don't even know how that happened, why we did it. And the media reached out to me. And so any kind of information you can at least kind of let us know what's going on, so we can at least, know what's happening would be greatly appreciated.
We will. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Mayor, let me say something around that too.
Commissioner Hassan.
Hold on. Commissioner Hassan, can you suspend for just a moment? I'm going to come back to you. Madam Clerk, no, hold on. Y'all are, again, you wait to be recognized. Madam Clerk, can we go ahead and continue with this vote?
Which vote is that, sir? I thought we.
That was a vote.
It's 67, 68, 69, 57, and 73. So we're 77?
No. I wanted to make sure that we concluded the vote around coming back into the commission. I had there's somebody here working. There's somebody working in the building right here in the office.
We did vote.
We did.
Okay,
and it was a point of personal privilege by Commissioner Fenoy.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was the gentleman that is here working on the air conditioner.
So Commissioner Hassan.
Welcome back.
Yes, I just want to make sure. I think how we started back out, when the virus first hit us, when the government made some adjustments, we had people or departments that would kind of stagger their office. And I think that's what they need to be mindful of. So you won't necessarily have to shut down whole office. These things happen. To let some employees as many as possible work from home in an event that you have them back and forth. So you won't have to shut down whole departments. And if that is happening, and it is happening seems to be happening, even if it's not true, the perception is that it's happening. And so they need to take full advantage of staggering their employees, not just send them home to do nothing, but they're able to do some work from home, and they just change them back out who's home and who's on site.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I'd like to say a couple of things. I think through all of this with the departments and the employees and everything, I think this government has functioned quite well. I think that shows the caliber and the devotion of most of our city employees, that they are willing to do what it takes to keep us going. And I think we all appreciate that. The other thing I'd like to say is, I don't want to make a commit to a date to come back in the chambers. And then when we get there, we may have to get it again. We get daily updates. And I think that this should be a date that just kind of flows along. I think we'll know when time is right to come back into chambers. So I would just like to leave it the way it is and not vote on a particular date to go back into chambers. It may be sooner, it may be later. So let's just keep it fluid. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, moving on. Agenda item number 24.
Item 24 is to approve a month-to-month contract extension with Halls Marketing to provide airport marketing services.
Commissioner Garrett, you pull this agenda item.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have seen this item in one form or another numerous times over the past year, and I was hoping that the airport director would be here to be able to speak, but I'm sure he's not because of the time frame. Do we have any idea why we are still not under contract with the marketing group after they went out for an RFP? I heard that there was numerous problems with the RFP and the process once again, but you know, it seems like this is just a backdoor way to make sure that the current marketing group stays in service there. Any idea why we
Okay. Judon, I see you've joined us, sir. Did you hear that question from Commissioner Garrett? Judon, Director?
You just
He's
muted yourself.
He's muted.
You're muted, sir.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Did you hear the Commissioner Garrett's question?
I did. You were asking about the, you've seen it at previous times?
Well, we've had this discussion, you know, I know it went through committee at one time and it's been just back and forth, trying to lock down this previous RFP to find a marketing person or group for the airport. And I'm just kind of curious to see why we're still in limbo with finding somebody permanent.
Yeah, I'll kind of, the most recent issue that we've had with the RFP, I think we put it out, the most recent one was early in the year, maybe, I believe it was January or maybe December. And as we were in that process, the procurement got shut down during the COVID-19 situation. So we were, I believe we were right at the bid opening process at that point, or right around that stage of the process. And procurement was down for a period of time. I forgot the exact amount of time, maybe a month and a half or so. And then when those activities resumed, one of the companies that was vying for this particular service protested. So that further extended the ability to bring a new company on board. So that's kind of, and there's some more history, but that's kind of the latest. That's kind of why we're in this current situation.
Has the protest been settled?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of. And I guess I guess another concern, even if it was settled, we would still have to do the evaluation and then bring it to the bodies and ultimately contract with the new company. So, you know, even best case scenario, if it was settled today, it'd still probably take us another month and a half or so to get a new contract consummated. And as I mentioned in my write-up, my concern is just that I consider the airport and aviation business right now very vulnerable, and we're kind of silent from a marketing standpoint right now. So I'm just asking to do this.
So do we even need to have a marketing person? I mean, I know there's a in-house marketing director. I mean, why couldn't we just use that during this time of a slowdown?
Yes, and we do. I mean, one of the things that we've started to do, I mean, we've taken some elements of this in-house. So for example, we've done some production of some materials, and they've been pushed primarily through social media. We've also taken on the website management as well. But there are some elements that the marketing company does that we either don't have the expertise to do, and sometimes not even the, for example, my marketing director, she has multiple, that's just one of multiple duties and responsibilities. So this person is also responsible for business development and our tenant airline relations. So there are some things that the marketing company does that we don't have the depth or the breadth to do, but the things that we can do, we've assumed.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner Dennis Williams?
I'd like to move for approval.
Second.
All right, I got a motion and a second. Commissioner Hassan was next to speak.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm like Commissioner Garrett, because this is about the third extension, you know, and I heard Mr. Judon says also, I guess, a challenge or what have you. Who would that wouldn't come before the commission eventually? I mean, are you all stopping it before it get to us? Resolve it yourself? That's to Mr. Judon.
It does come to the commission, sir, and I think it is in process to come to you. I'm not sure what that date is, but yes, sir, it does come to you for resolution.
So is this not the third extension you've gotten on this stuff?
This is the second extension that we've done.
And how much time are you asking for now? And I'm looking, I apologize.
I'm just asking for a month to month until the new contract is in place. I mean, whether that, you know, it could be whatever amount of time that is.
Okay, all right, okay. Mr. Chair, I like, you know, once we vote on this, I'd like to have a point of personal privilege to say something.
Okay. Commissioner Mary Davis?
I was just saying, let's vote.
Okay, so we got a motion from Commissioner Dennis Williams and a second Commissioner Fenoy. Ms. Bonner, if we can go ahead and vote, if no one else has any.
Okay, Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
No.
no, Mr. Garrett,
No.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Mr. Sias, Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No.
That motion fails. 5-3 with Mr. Sias not vote out, Mr. Bobby Williams out.
Okay, thank you.
I voted. I
Hassan.
was muted. I voted.
Can't see you.
It's gone now, Commissioner.
I voted.
And
And
You go too late.
Attorney Brown, what's?
In that, I think that a presumption of a commissioner making a statement on the record that he voted, the fact that we did not hear him does not negate his vote. I think his vote would be counted.
Okay. Ms. Bonner?
okay.
because we also call out the other mutes until they got a chance to vote, Hassan.
We know you was there. I didn't see
Commissioner,
you.
okay, yes, let's go finish up here.
The motion carries with Mr. Sias voting yes.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. Commissioner Hassan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, this is about the third time possible day we've heard the procurement department, has shut down at some particular time early on in this process, and it seems to be having an impact, or so people say. I'd like the administrator to try to get with the procurement department in the event that something else transpired in their office. How do they avoid shutting their office down? I mean, sometimes things you can't get around, but we keep hearing that. It's about the first time we've heard that. So seeking to have a flexibility in their schedule, but they continue to go. If they have somebody get ill or something, and we can continue to go. And so I'd like the administrator to check in there to see how I can afloat so we won't lose that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, did we do 32? I don't. have-
No, we just did 30, we just did 24.
Right, so we're at 32 now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Motion to approve annual bid for Utilities Department requires commission approval for purchases that will exceed $25,000 per order.
Hold on,
Motion to
Mr.
approve.
That's
Hold on just a
Mr.
second, guys. Thank you, Judon.
Okay, that's Mr. Garrett and
Second.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yep. Got a motion and a second. Is there anyone for
Do we have
comment?
anything else to put on this vote? Any other number?
All
Ms.
right,
Bonner,
got motion and
keep
a second.
trying.
Let's go ahead and vote, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Branham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
and Mr. Bobby Williams. He's out. Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Mr. Bobby Williams out.
Is next agenda item number 43?
Yes.
You got it, Mayor. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank y'all. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Agenda item number 43.
43 is motion to approve Juneteenth as Augusta Richmond County holiday.
Commissioner Bill Fenoy.
Yes. Juneteenth is also known as Freedom Day, Jubilee Day, Liberation Day, and Emancipation Day. It is a holiday celebrating the emancipation of those who have been enslaved by the United States. Unfortunately, in Texas, the slaves were not actually free until June 19th, 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. And 3 states, I think the state of North Dakota, the state of Hawaii, and the state of South Dakota have declared June 10th a state holiday. What I'm asking is that the city declare Juneteenth a local holiday in Augusta, and we have be a paid employee for a paid holiday for city employees.
Is that a form of a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay.
Okay. Dennis, second. Commissioner Hassan, did you have a comment?
I'd like to say to the commissioner, can we become effective in 22 and not 21?
Commissioner Fenoy?
That's fine.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All right, let's vote. Ms. Bonner?
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Muted, you're muted.
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams. Yeah, okay. Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis voting no and Mr. Bobby Williams out.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk.
36.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
You got it. You got it, Mayor. Go.
No, let's go to item number 60. We need to include this one on here. We said we move everything else. Well, item 60 is the critical path items. It's been if we don't take action on this, They may pull out of the bid. We awarded this over a month ago almost. So item number 60, if we can get a motion to approve that, that's the bid award for the.
What about
All right.
48, man?
That's number 60.
Second.
All right.
Second.
Wait a minute.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Sias, Mr. Frenner,
Yes.
okay, Mr. Clark,
Why y'all laughing?
Yes.
Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis, she's in. Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Frenham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yeah.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis and Mr. Bobby Williams out.
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor, we need
Mayor,
to
what
go
about 48?
to 47. We go to 47.
Yeah, we-
All right, hold on.
No, no, we don't skip all around.
46,
All
46 and
around.
47 are the last items we got for
We done,
debate.
Mr. Mayor, we've been up and down
Hold up,
all
hold up.
day now.
What
We've
about
been up and down
48?
all day.
Hold on.
Item here. And I'm not gonna sit back any longer now. That's not fair. You don't skip all around all. This item is a very significant and very important item that we should have been in front of everything else. And now we don't skip all around spending money that we really don't have and not bringing money into this city. I'm not going to say hold on. Now,
Hold on, Commissioner. We get ready to go to your items.
I let you go 3 times. I said, wasn't gonna do it. I let you go 3 doggone times now. Now you gonna take the rag off the bush. You gonna act like you ain't got good sense now. Don't do that, Mr. Mayor. Now,
All right, so Commissioner from the 9th, I will do suspend. If you listen, we're trying to get to your item. If you listen, we're trying to get to your item.
I done gave you 4 or 5
All right, now I done gave you time because we're gonna get to it with now. You
don't need no
decide.
time. I need to discuss this item. It's very important. We should have done this and had.
Okay, well, if you let us call it up, we're gonna be fine. All right, so just suspend. Madam Clerk, number 47.
You've been skipping back and forth all
47.
day. That ain't right, man. Mr. Mayor.
47 is
47.
discuss approve Augusta, Georgia partnering with the National Rhythm and Blues Hall of Fame to make Augusta its home and making its induction ceremony an annual event.
Mr. from the 9th, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Out of all the time we've been waiting on an item, especially like this one. Now, with all of the stuff that's been said on the media, on Facebook, and all of the stuff that's been done about this item, this is an item that I am so happy to even be a part of. I've been preaching about this for years, about something that's going to do that. It's going to bring economic dollars to Augusta. James Brown had a club in Augusta called the Third World. James Brown owned 2 radio stations. James Brown owned a Lear jet. I brought somebody to the meeting today, Mr. Mayor. I don't normally bring nobody to the meeting. I brought my dog, but I want you just kind of pay a little bit attention. I brought James Brown to the meeting today because I know how important it is for the city of Augusta to have a National Rhythm and Blues induction ceremony in Augusta at the James Brown Arena every year. Do you know how much impact that would make for the city of Augusta for economic dollars? Do you know how much growth that will come behind that? Several people have moved to Augusta because of James Brown. Several businesses have moved to Augusta. So I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm making a motion to go ahead and approve and to get the businessmen and the parties together so we can discuss this to see how we can partnership and move this forward. That's my motion.
Second.
All right. Mr. Clark,
No.
Madam Clerk, hold on. We got the commissioner from the 2nd.
oh, okay.
Yeah. What would this organization expect from our city to go along with them for this Hall of Fame? What would be some of the responsibility that we would have to provide?
And that's why we need to talk. That's why we gave a letter of support, District 2 Commissioner. We gave a letter of support so we can come together and discuss partnership. Now, you have been a part of partnership on the river on the pension property and didn't know what we were partnering about. I mean, I see your eyes bucking, but I've been here too. We done partnered with a lot of people. We need to discuss how we can partnership this deal to bring economic dollars. I'm not saying give the farm up. I'm not saying give the city up. What I'm saying is at least sit down and have a conversation with a business owner to see how we can promote this to bring economic dollars to Augusta. If it don't work, then it don't work.
Well, I could understand that, but it says approve, discuss and approve.
Discuss and approve. First thing you have discussion, don't you?
Don't be funny, Commissioner.
I'm not funny. I'm a long way from being funny. I'm serious. I'm serious as a heart attack right now.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, Commissioner Williams, I want to support this, but frankly, you know, I haven't met with them. They met with most of the commissioners, but a few of us.
I haven't met with them either.
You haven't met with them either.
No.
So, I mean, I feel like let's have some meetings and some dialogue and understanding what the expectations are on both sides before we just agree to something that we don't even know what we're agreeing to. So that's kind of where I'm at. I mean,
so
like, at least
glad.
let's have a conversation with them.
I'm so glad you said that, Mayor Pro Tem, because there's a lot of conversation need to be had, and I agree. But when Top Golf came to Augusta, you brought Top Golf to the commission.
I didn't bring Top Golf to Augusta.
You brought Top Golf, gave it to the Development Authority. They got with the people and brought it in, and then got a job. I didn't get an application for a job.
I didn't bring Top Golf to Augusta.
Listen, you didn't
I
bring
had
Top,
one meeting.
you introduced Top
You think
Golf.
$1 billion company is going to come
You end up getting a job with Top Golf. I ain't got no problem with that.
because I earned it. You're right, because I earned it.
I guess you're a golfer. You're a golf teacher.
I was in golf
Okay.
business 15 years.
I guess
All
you
right,
are.
so let's do this. Let's suspend for a minute. Let me try to help this conversation along.
All of the negatives talk.
Commissioner from the ninth, I need you to suspend.
We had not
Commissioner from the ninth.
conversation when you put cease and desist after we gave a letter of agreement to work with this company. At least see what they're talking about. We hadn't had any of that. I mean,
Commissioner, I'm reminded of an old adage, and I know you've heard those from yourself as well. There's a way to catch bees with honey and not vinegar. So
I ain't catching no bees. I
suggest that you take a page out of the playbook and decide that if you're going to allow your colleagues to express their concerns about a matter, then you either do that. But if you're going to take the time to spend all your time talking and diminishing the opportunity, then we won't get anywhere. Everybody understands your passion about James Brown and what it means to this city, what he means to this city. And so you instead of taking that approach, why not take the approach and say, here's what I would like to propose that we do, which clearly has not come out at this point. And if you've got an agenda item on here, number 47, if your request of the commission is that I'd like to get commission support for the induction ceremony in Augusta, Georgia, then say that. If your secondary issue is, I'd then like for the commission to consider a series of meetings for discussion about the possibility of building a National R&B Hall of Fame, then say that. Don't spend all your time murmuring and complaining and shouting everybody down and not giving anybody an opportunity to try to help you with this process. Now,
First of all,
I don't have enough of that. So if you want to do that, then let's take that approach of where you say, I'd like for my colleagues to support the National R&B induction ceremony in Augusta, Georgia in 2021. And we tasked the administrator with meeting with Lamont Robinson and his team and some commissioners. That's how we do that. But if you don't spend your time on everybody, you're not going to get support.
I don't plan to get no support. Let me tell you something. If we turn it down,
Don't do that.
No. Listen.
If you want support, then let's work towards getting support. So let me pose the substitute motion that the Augusta Commission support the National R&B induction ceremony to be hosted in Augusta, Georgia in 2021.
So
That's
what's
my
the difference?
substitute motion.
What's the difference in your substitute motion and what's on the floor? Because I brought it?
No,
I put it on the
because
agenda?
you didn't articulate what it is you wanted us to do.
It's plain as the nose on your face. Commissioner just accused me of meeting with some. I hadn't met with anybody. I don't know who else had met with anybody.
Well, we're trying to get you out of that whole conversation to action.
We
We
gotta
want
vote.
action
Your
now.
motion didn't get a second. We gotta vote. We have a motion.
Listen, I still say,
All right,
Mr.
so we
Mayor,
got a substitute motion.
all
and
of
a
the
second.
deals that have been made, all of the partnership that came about didn't come through this
Commissioner.
commission, go on the floor, but nobody just say, I want to do it. Somebody came up with an idea and they put it out there. We ought to have the dialogue, the decency, at least to talk to the vendors about what they're like to do and what can we do. And that's all I said. But because I don't let you get away with it, and I'm not gonna do that, sit here and the mayor pro tem just accused me of meeting with somebody, and when he brought a whole scenario in and then went to work for him.
He didn't
Commissioner from the ninth. All right, we got a substitute. We got your main motion, which I'm not sure is clear, but we got a substitute with the second. Madam Clerk, we're gonna dispose of that first.
Well, Mr. Mayor, there is no substitute. This will be the original motion. That was just a printed caption.
That's
Okay.
all. That's all it was.
Caption. It was a recommended caption. So this.
All right, so now we're trying to hit them along then.
A motion was made in second, Ms. Bond.
Yeah, we started voting.
We
We
have
didn't start vote.
We have it.
Okay,
Clark.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
can you state the motion again?
The motion was to approve partnering with the National Rhythm and Blues to make Augusta's home and making industrial ceremony an annual event. He said.
And that was a motion and a second. And we started voting.
Okay.
and we stopped.
All right. All right, let's do it. Voting.
Clark,
Too many unanswered questions, no.
Ms. Davis, Mr.
No.
Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Not like this.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Dennis Williams,
No.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
The motion failed with Ms. Davis out, Mr. Bobby Williams out. Voting no, Mr. Clark, Mr. Frenham, Mr. Garrett, Mr. Sias, and Mr. Dennis Williams.
Madam Clerk, put this back on the next agenda.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, we got item 48.
Mr. Mayor, can I get a point of personal privilege?
I'm gonna go to item number 57 first.
Mr.
Before
Mayor,
I do
what's
any
your
of that.
question? Mr.
Commissioner
Mayor,
Hassan, I'm gonna come back to you. I'm
Okay.
gonna come back to you. Okay?
Okay.
Item number 57 is an important matter that needs to be addressed. All right, I'm gonna recognize the administrator to speak to item number 57. Madam Clerk, if you read the caption.
Item 57, approve developing a resolution authorizing execution of an intergovernmental agreement with the Urban Redevelopment Agency to refinance the Laney Walker Bethlehem Bond Series.
Motion.
Yes, Mayor. This motion does require our immediate attention. This is for the bonding project at the Laney Walker Bethlehem redevelopment project. Issuing of bonds will satisfy what we're doing. We are proposing to refinance the bonds. And we are looking at as far as a $1.2 million for additional funding for this particular project. If we don't make a decision today, we will have to start the process back over again. So this is very time sensitive.
Commissioner from the fourth.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner from the fourth.
Thank you, sir. With the administrator, is anybody from finance on the line, sir?
Tim might still be here.
Tim is here. We're bringing him in now.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, hold on just a second. Tim, if you'll unmute your microphone.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, hold for a question. Attorney Brown, State Inquirer.
No, I was just going to say, I just contacted Tim to help with this situation.
Yeah, he's here. All right, Commissioner from the fourth.
Thank you. Mr. Schrader, with this particular agenda item and the funding that we get, I guess this is from the hotel motel tax. And this amount of money that I hear in this particular agenda item, how far is that amount of money supposed to go with what this project is doing?
This is the third time we've gone forward. We should net about $1.2 million that'll go back into the program. It's a program going for, well, it'll be for another 5 years. I've talked to Hawthorne. It's not enough to do what they want to do, but based on the timing that we need to get the bonds due, their bonds are due October 1st. So based on the timing to get this issue done, he's fine with that. If we come up with a new funding source to have more money for this project, we can go out for a bank placement bond next year.
So what you're saying is what we get done now, we will still have to do something else next year.
If we find a new funding source, yes, sir.
If we find a new funding source?
Yes, sir.
I'm missing something here because I know this 1.2 is not going to go that far.
I understand that, sir, but that's what the bonds, that's what the debt service will cover.
So we're gonna have to do something else next year, bottom line, then, am I right?
Yeah, if you want the program to expand, yes, sir, something else will have to be done.
All right, that's all I want to know. I don't have a problem supporting it, but I want to know, I know this is not enough money. All right, thank you.
We got a motion and a second. Is that correct, Ms. Bonner?
No, I don't have one.
Second.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Fenoy and Commissioner Clark.
Mr. Clark, yeah.
Yes.
Ms. Davis, out. Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Stias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams, is out. Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams. Mr. Marion Williams out. That motion carries with Ms. Davis, Mr. Bobby Williams, and Mr. Marion Williams out.
Do we have, do we 46 and then 48? Is that correct, Ms. Bonner?
48.
Let's go to 48.
48.
Okay, 48. 48 is a motion to authorize the administrator and HR director to conduct a needs assessment of the Augusta Fire Department and authorize expenditure of $25,000 from the fire department's training budget for additional professional assistance as needed and conclude within a 6-week time period.
It's for me? Okay. Thank you very much. Listen,
Hold on, Commissioner Son. All right, I got a series of hands regarding this. I'm going to go in this order: Commissioner from the 6th, the Commissioner from the 9th, and the 1st, in that order. All right, Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, my colleagues, how I got to this place here, as we got information a few weeks ago, I began to just kind of look through the information. Quite a bit of it that was provided to all of us. Among that also was the TikTok video. And then at some point in time after looking through that, I called Deputy Administrator McDonald because, it had been mentioned that he had been in a couple of those meetings with the Fire Association with Ms. Jackson, and actually he had that information as well. And he told me he did, and he sent me some information. I looked at that information, and then I, once again, did have an additional information, and he sent me some additional information. I looked at that as well. I also was able to request from one of the firefighters who was a week ago. He might have been I saw about some audio that was out there, and I requested that audio. The first audio they gave me was about 20 minutes. I listened to it, and then I requested, and they have another audio. It was a little over 5 minutes. I listened to that audio as well. And then as you begin to hear a lot of rumors around things as well. So from that, I think in fairness to everybody, Chief James, and to the firemen and women who own the fire department, as well as the citizens of Augusta, Richmond County, I came to the conclusion that I think it's just best that we do an assessment of the department. What that means for me, Mr. Mayor, is that you take about the administrator, you take the HR director, and they hire someone also a neutral source. They take the first 2 weeks and they get that new person on board. Beyond that, then they take the next month and they go through and they talk to all of the firefighters, all of them, don't exempt anybody, and talk to them as, they don't have to get any names on anything, just get a feel for it. But at the same time, bring back if there are problems, to bring back some solutions. If there's no problem, bring back and say there are no problems, there are no concerns there. I think it is something that I think in fairness to everybody, that we need to just find out where we are actually. And that's what I'm putting on the table today. And for us to get started immediately with this. And we make sure that, like I said, like my colleagues saying today, that the HR directors act involved and they get and hire someone, and she be the keeper of that because the administrator has so much going on. And we try to get this done. I think it needs to be done. And so I'll make a motion to that effect.
All right, Commissioner, thank you for that. All right, I'm going to the Commissioner from the 9th. Commissioner from the 9th, it's on you now.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with the concept that Commissioner Hassan just talked about. But what I don't agree with, this body have not addressed the issue with the fire department. The whole time we've been getting these complaints about the fire department from this personal lawyer and the staff he had working with him, from the lady Dee Griffin, who used to be there, and Michael Myers used to be there. There's been a bunch of stuff going on with the fire department for a long time. But we as a body have not taken any steps or addressed it in any kind of way. The mandatory overtime. Well, I talked with the attorney and said, yeah, you can mandatory overtime, but you can't mandate overtime from now on. When you hire a fireman to be a fireman, then you force him or her to be a EMT person when they hired on as a fireman. That's a change in job duties. Well, you don't let a person hire on if they know that from the on coming, that's one thing. But there's some issue with the paint contract that was in the fire department painting. We hadn't addressed none of this. We have not said a word about none of this stuff. Because everybody got their head in the sand, walking around here like they done lost their mind. So I'm gonna leave it just like that, Mr. Mayor. I can understand get someone to come in and analyze the fire department and see what's there, but we gotta face some hard issues. There have been some trouble in the fire department for a long time. Even from the point of the airport. We had the fire chief at the airport one time, trying the man that he was in charge of the airport. So there's a lot of issues that have been going on. We have not addressed it. It's going to be up to this body to address it, even when we get somebody to come in or not.
All right. I'm going to Commissioner from the 10th. Commissioner from the 10th, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
I agree with the Commissioner from the 9th. I think this is an internal problem that we need to handle internally first. And many of us has been calling for open conversations and meetings. And that means gathering the chief, gathering his officers, gathering the Firefighters Association, the commission being involved, and human resources. And let's talk about what's going on. I mean, every time you turn around, every day it's something different, and it doesn't get any better, it gets worse. And when you hire someone from the outside that doesn't didn't really have a history of what's been going on. You're just throwing money down the drain. So I think the best thing that I would like to see happen is let's sit down together at a round table discussion. Let's have open dialogue, no finger pointing. Let's ask questions. Let's give answers. Let's try to find a solution. If the solution calls for change, well, we got to make change. We got to do something. We've let this get by long enough. It's time to do something. I suggest that we keep it internally and let the commission be a big part of it. Thank you.
Okay, let me go to the commissioner from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, after the conversation that we had in the executive section earlier, I'm wondering why we are doing a needs assessment on the fire department as opposed to a needs assessment on that other department. Chief James have developed incentives for firefighters. They get better pay. They've got a pay increase. In 2012, firefighters who were previously promoted and received only a 5% increase, he gave the firefighters an additional 5% increase. He increased the stipend for EMT and paramedic certification. He raised standards in promotion and ranks. He promoted education for pay increase. He established the awards banquet to recognize the heroic efforts of the firefighters. In the area of fire safety, he issued 2 sets of fire gear to each firefighter. Now every firefighter has a radio. He issued ballistic vests and helmets for active shooters events. He ensured face masks are properly fitted. He implemented safety officers on all structure fires. He implemented annual physical for firefighters. I think our fire chief has done an outstanding job. He have raised the fire department from a 5 rating to a #1 rating. I think only 84 fire departments across the country have that designation. And the last thing I think that we need to do is to sit down with an association that we don't recognize. If fire employees have an issue, they need to.
Commissioner from the first, when you finish, you muted yourself.
Unmute. Somebody must have a remote control somewhere. But I think the chief has done an outstanding job. Okay. And I think the only reason he's being criticized is because he was Black. The Fire Association, about 3-4 years ago, when Chief had accepted a position in Rock Hill, sent us documentation that saying that he had mismanaged $6 million. But there was nothing in that documentation to substantiate what he was accused of. As a result of that, the opportunity that he had in Rock Hill, we lost. That same fire association, after Chief Few had accepted a position in Washington, followed him all the way to DC to try to get him fired. I don't think we need to be listening to an association. If a firefighter has an issue, then the same grievance process that our employees go through, the firemen should be no exception. They should go through that same process.
All right, Commissioner, let me go to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So I think a lot of it's been discussed of what I was going to say. My question was around the agenda item, the needs assessment. Is that an internal, like who would handle that? Or would there be like a third party involved or what? I guess it's for Commissioner Hassan.
Mr. Mayor, can I respond to that?
Sure.
Yeah, I think even with Mr. Clark too. The third party is not handling the investigation. The third party is neutral and has the ability to know how to also perform assessments. They're there to assist as a neutral party. That's what they're for. They're not. Those are internal.
But they would be engaged in the process, is what you're saying.
They're engaged in the process. They're engaged in the process.
Okay.
You want someone of a neutral party as well.
Okay. I'll second your motion then.
All the way down to the floor and it wouldn't move up thermometer.
Commissioner from the 8th.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
I was going to ask the same question the Mayor Pro Tem did, but I also want to chime in a little bit on the discussion that's been taking place. You know, it's really interesting that, you know, for 2-3 years now, we're hearing the same issues constantly on and on and on. So why not have the investigation? Just do away with it. You know, just because somebody has a complaint doesn't mean that it's a racial issue every single time. I'm not saying that racism doesn't happen. I mean, it does. We live in this world. We see the hatred among people out there today. But I think that this is one way that we can cleanly, hopefully, resolve the issue with the association and the fire department. If there is one, do the investigation, let the third party take a look. And I think that moving forward, we all just agree with the results and let's move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, hold on, Commissioner. I got to recognize the Commissioner from the 2nd before he has a fit over there. All right, I'm going in this order as we try to wrap up debate. I'm going to the Commissioner from the 2nd, the 5th, and the 4th. Okay? In that order. Commissioner from the 2nd.
All right, I'm gonna be real short. Okay, once again, we're in the same position we've been in several times before. If an employee is unhappy, they go and complain to somebody and a commissioner, and then they want to come for the commission board versus going through the process that they need to go through. And how I feel about this needs assessment, we already know that the fire department needs more bodies, more people. But if you look at that particular profession, it's not 25 guys standing over on the corner running to be a firefighter. So that's the profession that you always have difficulty in trying to meet. And also we have to get away from where every time an employee is dissatisfied with the policy or procedure, they want to complain. And that's major. That's what the major issues are here, the policy and procedures. Every employee will not be happy on the job. And I don't think we need the needs assessment. It just encouraging other employees. If they don't like something, they complain to the commissioner and they'll get one by the tail and they'll go running with it. I don't think we need it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner from the 5th.
Yes, sir. I'm going to support the initiative, but I need people to understand that this is not an investigation. Needs assessments are done all the time. Needs assessments are done to see what you may need, what you may not need, what you can get rid of, and it can assess just in general the operations of that particular entity. Now, I favor doing a needs assessment for all of our folks, utilities department, an assessment for the engineering department, so that we can assess where we are, and then we can make some informed decisions. So I am going to support the needs assessment, but I can tell you, unless we find something that's way out the way, and I've talked to some folks, you know, they complain about overtime. Well, if you had enough people, you wouldn't need overtime. So that makes sense. You know, they're talking about, you know, certain policies and procedures. That's not something that needs to be determined by us. They need to get with the administrator. The administrator can pull together a team of folks who can sit down and look at the policies and procedures and just do away with that, do away with it, and or get something that might be a little bit more better or advantageous to employment. So some of these things they're complaining about are not necessarily things that, you know, lead to something that's going to be drastic and way out the way. But I am going to support it.
All right, Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
And I'm gonna echo some of my colleagues' comments, but first off, I'm gonna say this. I will support this needs assessment, but I want to make clear a couple of things, extremely clear. Every fire chief since consolidation has been ran off, including Chief James. Now, if Chief James was such a problem, why did they bring him back? They brought him back by running behind him. Same thing with Chief Few. They ran behind him. So obviously, it's not the problem that the individual is not the problem. It's the fact that they won't let them go when they try to leave, but they claim they doing all this stuff wrong. That sounds kind of unsmart to me. Second thing, it seems like if an individual go into a stall in a bathroom in a station and there's no toilet paper in the roll, but it might be in the storage room, we're gonna get an email saying Chief James didn't provide any toilet paper. That was a thing about some guys who wanted to come up out and support Chief James. Next thing I see an email coming to me saying Chief James out there on duty doing this and that. Chief James had nothing to do with that. They didn't know a thing about it. But looking at this, these folks done already give him blame for this and that. So if a roll of toilet paper is missing, Chief James is the problem. Now I think that's just ultimately ridiculous. We have a whole chain of command for these folks to communicate with. I haven't seen anything come out from the association about developing morale and good stuff in the community. Maybe somebody else have, but I haven't seen it. All I see is these complaints about the chief, the one that they wouldn't let go, that had volunteered to leave. So I look forward to this needs assessment and an end to this BS. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, let me have a final word, please, if you don't mind.
Hold on, I do mind, but I think I might let you have it. I'm trying to find my clerk. Just hold on. I'm trying to find my clerk.
He's here.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna give you 1 minute. 1 minute.
And that's all I need. Thank you, sir. Let me be very clear about this part of it, because I don't disagree with nothing been said. This is not a conversation so that the administrator, this entity, and the HR director, they go sit down and talk to the association. If those firefighters don't want to talk to them as individual firefighters, they can pull up out of there. This is not to go sit down and break bread with the association. Please don't misunderstand that. So if they don't get no support, that's fine. But this is not to walk in there and sit down and talk to the association. Every firefighter will stand on their own merit through this conversation. And I just want to say that, Mr. Mayor.
All right, fantastic. All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Can we reiterate that motion and second?
The motion is to authorize the administrator and the HR director to conduct the needs assessment of the Augusta Fire Department and authorize expenditure up to $25,000 from the fire department's training budget for additional professional assistance as needed, and conclude within a 6 weeks time period.
Okay.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
Mr. Mayor, you see my hand?
And I can't even call it a late arriving hand. I'm going to call it an appearing hand after we've had all of the debate.
We ain't have all of the.
We see your ceiling though.
All right, we're going to go ahead and vote on this matter. Madam Clerk, continue.
Mr. Fenoy,
I can't say what I want to say. I'm just gonna say no, Ms. Bonner.
okay. Mr. Frannon,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis, you muted.
Dennis Williams,
Dennis, you muted.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Dennis Williams voting no.
Madam Clerk, since we're here, I'd like to take up 51 with the caveat that on 51, I'd like for the commission to entertain a motion to accept the payment from Chatham County with no disbursements at this time.
Oh, yeah, that's good. So moved.
So moved.
Motion to accept it as with no disbursement at this time.
All right, very well.
Who's second that, Mr. Dennis Williams? Are you seconding it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No disbursement at this time. Okay. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Mr. Fenoy,
Ms. Bonner, my hand's still up.
yes, sir, I see it.
All right.
What does that indicate?
I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes and leave it up.
Okay, Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
All right, that motion carries unanimously.
All right, fantastic, Madam Clerk. All right,
All right.
Commissioner from the first, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to be recognized, but I don't want you to mess up the conversation about 46. So you may want to yield and wait on item number 46 to talk.
Now, I just want to ask Ms. Bonner to put on our next agenda that we do a needs assessment of environmental services.
I'll second that.
You don't have to
Okay.
second.
Got it.
All right, very well. So at this point, Madam Clerk, we have we've got item 55, we got item 55 and 56, 75 and 76 that as well as 78 and 80 that we can move to the next agenda.
Are we going to move 74 as well?
Sure,
Okay, what about 46 to the next meeting?
sure. That sounds good.
All right.
I'm
Well,
checking out.
let's, on the addendum agenda, we had one planning petition that needs to be addressed. It was on their consent agenda.
Okay,
And the item number 2 regarding the renewal of the transit contract. How are we gonna do that?
is that time sensitive, Administrator Sims?
Yeah, I'll let Administrator Sims.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so let's take up that measure. Administrator Sims, if you can speak to that measure and give us some sense of the time-sensitive nature of it and what is being requested. I believe this is a renewal of the current contract. All right,
Mr.
now, Clerk, if you'll read the caption.
The caption is to approve the renewal and amendment of the Augusta Transit Management and Operations Agreement dated August 1st, 2013 by and between Augusta, Georgia and McDonald Transit for the last and final renewal term of August 1st, 2020 to July 31st, 2022.
Okay, Administrator Sims, you are on deck, and we have Ms. Dottery, who's here as well.
Okay, Ms. Dowry is here, but this is a grant that is time sensitive, Mayor and Commissioners. Ms. Dowry is here to provide a quick just overview of the grant and this agenda item.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Dottery.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. The grant that I had listed.
Okay, if I can get everybody else to mute. Ms. Dottery, you have the floor.
Okay, what I was stating is this is the renewal for RATP Dev for their last and final 2 years with this contract. And the grant in this contract, in this agenda item that I listed, is one of the CARES Act, because finance said that I needed additional dollars for this. So we are good to go through the end of December, and their contract starts, the new contract starts August 1 of this year. And then I needed additional dollars for next year, starting January 1. So I have that money in the CARES Act and would be able to take care of any additional dollars needed.
Ms. Dottery, is this part of the $8 million that we received for CARES Act funding?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. We'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, voting.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Frenham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Sun, Mr. Sias.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Sun? Okay, thank you. Mr. Bobby Williams.
Can you stop messing up my name?
Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Dennis Williams? Is Mr. Dennis Williams there, sir? Mr. Mayor? No, he's out. Mr. Marion Williams?
Commissioner Fenoy is here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you voting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Dennis Williams and Mr. Marion Williams out.
Okay, Madam Clerk, members of the commission, I believe that's all the business that's before us at this point. And in the words of Commissioner from the 9th, you all have worked hard today. All right. If there be no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
Yep.
Amen.
Weekend it went.